the money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the back, bang to the back, bang to the back, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank.
Hi guys, and once again, welcome back to our second series of the day between Big Scythe and Orangutan X. I don't know, Ref. I feel like we're stuck in a time loop. I feel like I've been here before.
Yeah. Hello, Jenny. Well, welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It is a bit of a time loop. You know, the Eye of Agamotto kind of, doing its thing. But finally, we are here. The teams are ready and hopefully as energetic, full of life. Unlike my voice right now, we're going to that late night after hours kind of vibe. Welcome to the Big Scythe Orangutan matchup. Finally,
I like it. It's the VCT Game Changers APAC podcast that we got going on right now.
Yeah, but quick reminder to everybody that the maps that we are running are actually Lotus starting off with a bang. We are going to go for a bit of a classic, Bind, and then we're going to go for another potentially fast-paced map in Fracture. And we talked about what we expected. Jenny said she was going for a 2-1 between these teams, which is fair. I think it's still going to be a 2-0 in favor of the OG squad, but we will have to see.
the OG squad that we're about to see. I mean, Raph, you've been a fan of the Orangutan squad since way back, right? And I mean, not surprising after seeing Open 1 and their just heartbreaking run through the lower bracket. They played like what? A series every single day for 5 days straight. I think they played some crazy amount of games, like
Oh yeah.
32 games or like 23 games in like a 10-day period during Open 1 because unfortunately, you drop down to the lower bracket at the start. That means you just have to play every single game, every single series to fight your way back up. And for them, I think most of their games went to series, which is also kind of why I feel like historically Orangutan is also like one of those teams that they could win 2-0, but then they choose to win 2-1. You know what I'm saying?
I get you. I get you. It's like the I feel like they're the antithesis of SMG. They're still gonna win, but if SMG is speed, we have stamina on the side of the OG squad because, again, we talked about it, right? Sometimes it's like, when is Orangutan gonna give up? The answer was never. Even in that grand finals, it was really, really nice to see. And the dynamic against Big Scythe would also be quite a treat, Ray Richu.
Guys, I've heard my favorite words that I've heard all day, and it's Agent Select is ready.
Oh, well, I did not expect those to be your favorite set of words, but
For
okay,
today,
good
for today.
choice.
Hey, look, look,
choice.
look. That's just been the vibe of the last like hour, So I'm just thankful that we're finally into Agent Select for map number 1, series 2 on Lotus today. And I know we had this conversation a while back by now, but it looks like fairly standard.
hmm
Wow, it's gonna be a mirror matchup actually from both these squads. What do you think, Raph?
I think that Japips on the Sky is a little surprising to me because even on this map, they played Sova the last outing, if my memory serves me properly. But talking of Japip, she is just going to provide so much of that presence for that team. There's so many rounds also going into their games where it felt like all hope was lost, as we mentioned, but Japips would just pull out 3K, 2K out of her hat just to equalize the playing field. And just going back to your original question on what I thought about the comps, we're actually going to finally see a standard comp versus a standard comp. And because today has been a very, very creative bag.
Yep, today's definitely been a bit of a mixed bag. Not sure if it's just, day one, teams are just testing stuff out, knowing that they do have that safety net of double elim to always catch them if stuff doesn't work out. And also, the flip side of that, right, is that it's day one. For teams that are intending to make it through to like day 4 and day 5, maybe don't want to show all your strats right now. But guys, with that, we are ready. We are so freaking ready finally to get into game 4 map number 1, and of course back here to bring you guys all the action. It's gonna be Taylor and Dax. Guys, all ears on you.
Thank you so much, Ray Ref Chu, for that wonderful panel right there. While panning on to my co-caster here, literally, Dax with me. And finally, Dax, Orangutan versus Big Scythe. We were in for a treat in the first series a while ago as our a little bit of a show match there, but now we are on a level playing field, I would say.
Yeah, you saw that that pan, the wide cam is straightening it up.
It's his own
yeah,
director.
Yes, sir. I just basically have a big mount there. But truth be told, this story has been told how many times last open Terror? We saw it twice. Once in the upper bracket, once in the lower bracket. It was more so in Orangutan's favor. But it's a new roster here for the attack especially. And with that, new compositions as well.
That's definitely true. We have still the 3 players here coming in from OGX, I would say. But anyway, on a pistol round that we have right now, like we said, it's more of an even level playing field. We're back to the normal office hours we actually have right here. A mirror matchup, I would say. Double controller setups we are looking at as well.
Yeah, we can see how strong Open can really be. One big paranoia for a lane. But Raph mentioned it a while ago, no more Sovas here for Orangutan and Japips. She's on the sky instead, and the Trailblazer to lead the charge. They're using that Trailblazer just to get a bit of that rubble control. Goes for the doorway as well. That's their entry point, moving into the site. Yamori though win first contact. Big site holding it off. 2 for her, and that's a good start for the defense.
Just good timing on the paint shells here. Dax as well, knowing that there was a wall coming in from a Viper. Obviously, you cannot just assume that that paint shells wouldn't connect as well. Casper, on the other hand, sees someone from up above. She managed to take on the pick as well, but this is going to be Sky also going down. 10 seconds to plant a spike. They managed to do so.
Yeah, stellar peeks there from Casper, but Emmy caught in the crossfire, and Oreophilia will get that takedown. Already going for the defuse. That's going to be a Nano Swarm into play. Aruma tries against her old team, but it's all up to Casper yet again. 4 for Casper versus Oreophilia on the other side. Veteran players on their rosters fighting 1v1. And there's the peak now. Swing comes on in from Oreophilia. Casper getting back into cover, trying to lure her in, but Oreophilia will be able to hold it off and get the round for Big Sight. Much needed for a good beginning.
Stuck in a position where you just cannot run away anymore, as we are looking at the post plant anyway. And this was a pistol round. Obviously, you want to play around the time as well, but good, quick decision making coming in from Oreophilia right there to just push in anyway. That's pretty much what she needed to get the round. 1-0 for that pistol, and obviously for this next round, they would have that advantage with the Spectres, the Bulldogs, and even a Guardian in the hands of Yamori here. But
Yeah.
Casper doing really great as well.
What can we expect really from one of the most clutch players from
Yeah.
last Open? The star of South Asia, Casper, still on that roster alongside Japips. And the new additions, you have Emmy, I believe from the Australian region, whatnot, played the Open as well. Aruma, previously from Big Sight. And Twirly from that Ghost Irene roster that we also saw in the playoffs last time around. So Orangutan, it's a new look for them. Big Sight, on the other hand, with the advantage, as you mentioned, and their only real change so far in their roster is adding Sky Elise from, I think, from that old The Hero roster. But beyond that, it's still the same core that we saw really impressed back in the lower bracket.
I mean, it's Aruma versus her old team, to say the least. And again, Big Sight here, just really waiting patiently for them to make an entry happen. As soon as that alarm bot gets triggered, the swing gets triggered as well. And that's Oreophilia with a double kill. And now with the paint shells coming in, this would delay further for the side of OGT.
Yeah, 2 takedowns, Big Sight still keeping great tabs on that B site especially. This does allow the rest of Orangutan though to get the flank towards March. This is problematic. Top screen is down, the backstab is there, and March has to try and hold things off by herself. In the meantime, Big Sight really just utilizing B as their pivot point here, Terror. They keep backing away that way, and Orangutan forced to hug the walls just to survive.
Speaking of forced, Aruma forced into a position she cannot get out any of, and Twirly, on the other hand, managed to pick up 1 kill here. A little dink on the side, but Crescents will still finish off that round to a clean 2-0 for Big Sight.
Yeah, some Big Sight. It's some stellar anchoring that they have here right now. If they keep getting the center of the map to be their avenues for either A and C, then they can go for those retakes if ever. Only problem, Orangutan has the similar strengths. They get that site, they can put up the utility, and you look for Twirly, you look for Aruma to suppress the opposition if ever.
Definitely true. Aside from that, anyway, this is a double control setup we're looking at. So you gotta expect when the toxic screen is up as well, that vulnerability will definitely hurt as soon as you cross. So they're really acting really careful around it as well. One-way smoke through C-Long here. Just waiting patiently if someone passes by or comes through, honestly. But Casper on the other side already after that TP. She might be having a good angle here, but Big Sight, anticipation is definitely key. But this angle isolation, 1-to-1 trade, not too bad.
In the end, Casper will get 1 takedown, and on the opposite end, it will have to be Crescents trying to hold everything off on the bonus. Lesser firepower though with the Ghost, the Boombot already looking for a target or two, and the Snakebite toss as well. Orangutan knows that Tree is being held still here by Big Sight. They want to overrun her through the doorway instead. Contact now coming into the other side of the door, but Crescent still gets a takedown, and Emmy rotates away! Just like one of those conveyor belt sushi places, but in the end, it's Big Sight who still get the hole going.
At least she knew how it feels to be a baggage in the airport at that point, getting pushed out of that doors. It helped her in the end, you know. She still managed to get the kill and move away safely. 3v2 situation here.
30
OGX
seconds left.
deciding to rotate. They have the spike anyway, and Emmy waiting for that lurk, waiting for that flank or that rotation coming in from OGT, or rather Big Scythe.
Oh, Emmy's kind of stuck here right now. She's waiting for the cross from CT. And Emmy with a stellar takedown now. Good movement here from Orangutan. Moving towards that C side. Door opens and they know they can go for the double up versus Sky Elise. 2v1 now as it's all up to Yamori to try and play the hero. Pain Shell Slob tries to isolate the waterfall here. Knife out. Very dangerous, Yamori. And the Nano Swarm's going to be into play as well. Now Aruma peeking back towards her old teammate, and she's just like, you know, just like what I did to our squad, I'm out, peace. Move over to the hallways instead, swings back, and gets the takedown with a wraparound.
She knows exactly where she's gonna be rotating, but anyway, there's two players from the side of OGT holding that post plant off. And again, showing the knife. That opportunity was actually there to take the kill, but instead, of course, you change onto a knife and a gun. You just get caught off guard like that. But a quick technical pause, just so we can actually reach the timing of the mainstream as well, you know?
Yes.
Like, they're feeling bad there, so we gotta wait.
We're doing this to sync up just to the other stream,
We have to
guys.
sync, exactly.
Yeah, SMG took so much, or rather, made it so quick, and the other games still taking so much time. We have to wait for them right now. But from what we've seen so far, though, Big Sight looking better than ever. They've taken a lot of lessons really from Open 1. Some big wins we remember, especially versus Sapphire back then. And it seems like they've just doubled down on how strong their core can be. I've heard from the interview that Marcia is that IGL or Ophelia, of course. You know her history from the ACL days. She's really one of their best players right now, and they're using that to their advantage. That they're really trying to bring out the strengths of each player here.
That's definitely showing as well, even on those engagements that we're looking at where it's basically the 1v2 situations or even a 1v3, for example, that truly specific players shine, especially those OG players that we have here in Game Changers. But none other than that, it's still a game where you have to play as a unit. It's still a 5-man team game. And in the end, good foundation of Valorant that we have right here is what fundamentally they would need to go on to the rounds itself. Like you said already a while ago, Dax, we were talking about how they matched up before. OGT might have won on that side in a very one-sided fashion. But then again, it's a revamped roster at this point.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the point right now. Big Sight is the one with the core that stuck around.
Yeah.
Orangutan X have lost members along the way, have moved one of their strongest players also onto the bench right now to accommodate for this new roster. And they're gonna have to really prove themselves one more time. It was already records by them last time around in Open 1. It was the first time they made it to finals. It was their first time making it to the runner-up spot. And we saw how incredible Casper as well as Chloe were together. But we don't see Chloe right now playing here in the active side. It's Aruma who was part of that Big Sight roster who did impress then, but they need to prove it under this banner. Yes, they did it in the Swiss stage. Yes, they did it in the open qualifiers. But when we come to the playoffs, it's always a different beast, and you only have the best teams facing off against each other.
Especially on a day one setup like this, where you have to assert a little bit of a dominance towards the opponent teams that we have currently for the Open 2 as well. And obviously speaking, we have brackets now. So you have to make sure that at least, to say the least, if you want to reach up until the very last opportunity for the upper bracket side, you have to start off really, really strong. And with a new revamp roster versus a good foundation team like Big Scythe already, I think this is like a pretty good matchup, to say the least. I would say really even.
I think so too. 3 rounds in also, it feels like they're using a lot of their smarts about these rotations. You look at this map right now, Lotus, it's Big Sight's map pick. We go back to the history of Orangutan X. One of the biggest wins of Open 1 was against RR Kyukage in overtime fashion. It was so hype, it was so intense, and they made it work. And on the other hand, this used to be one of the permabans of Big Sight from last time around. So it really goes to show them picking it right now, knowing the history of Orangutan from way back when, knowing that they didn't used to not play this at all. It really proves that there's this evolution for Big Side to put them at a level where they're trying to compete against a team that has beaten them twice before in our previous tournaments.
I mean, it's time to probably set the pace for the team of Big Scythe anyway, especially with the new Open right now and this core team that we currently have as well moving forward. It's just also the growth, I would say, especially seeing Open 1 and even the previous game changers as well that we had. I know in the Swiss stage, we probably didn't see much of the other teams, but now that they're finally showing up here in Open 2, it at least has more effect towards the teams like we knew already that are going to be here on the playoffs and moving forward. And then you have teams that can surprise you still. And then you have teams with new iteration with old organization names like OJT, for example, where they gave the opportunity for other teams or other players rather to shine more aside from Casper and obviously the other players as well.
Yeah, new names really. So now my question is, because our technical pause is still going, when will we see Terror on the playing field for game changers?
Well,
No, whoa. I believe you're probably like the
only if Alexi is the team captain.
just like before. Oh yeah, how was that? Like you were trying to tell that story a while ago. I know you competed in the before Open 1, right? There was like this show match tournament. So how was that?
Yeah, I think it was FSL Showdown.
Yeah.
I think, and if I'm not mistaken, but I really enjoy that because obviously, like, you get to have team captains from respective teams from Game Changers, and then I was actually put in the team of Alexi as well, who's obviously Filipino. So the strat was just to win, literally. She just chats, okay, guys, what's the plan? The plan is to win. That's it.
Oh, that's great shot calling. I feel so inspired. I feel like I can join VCT now.
Yeah. Why not Dax? When? That's the
When?
next question. When will
when?
Dax play? If Ineri is back, like when is Ineri gonna play? Is done and over with? When is Dax gonna play?
Well, it's very simple, Terror. Once I reach level 100 with my Valorant account.
When is that gonna happen?
Yeah, probably like 2 years from now. I don't know.
When Valorant 2.0 is released, guys.
Yeah, so technical pause, what's new? Maybe this is the time where our insider here, Taylor, also. Guys, don't you know that Taylor is not only an amazing caster, she's an amazing friend. Not only to me, but also to some of the players here in our in Game Changers right now. So maybe
I don't want to say anything, but Japeeps was already messaging me about this matchup already.
come on,
No,
any teases?
If they hear this, they wouldn't say anything to me anymore. But now, kidding aside though, like Japeeps was also replying to the tweets that we have about the Open 2 while sharing the schedule. And she was really excited to try and knife someone yet again because we've seen that before. I don't know with the Filipino players that we have here in FSO Open, like in Game Changers Open 2, the goal is just to knife people. The thing is, Dax, these players that we have currently for Game Changers, the swapping of the teams, the swapping of the players as well, they're just all friends with each other in any way at the end of the day.
I agree, and I remember seeing some of the SMG tweets while we were in between getting ready for this game, right? And there was one that involved revoking the Filipino card just because of the knife whip. So Japeeps gonna prove us. Alexi Mix and who got that last knife kill? I know it was.
I think it was
Cammy. Was it Cammy?
Yeah. I think so too. It was Camille. I mean, they already have the Filipino cards at this point since they were trained pretty well. Apparently,
Alexi had to give her Filipino card to Mahivy, basically.
Yeah, because it's now revoked. Alexi, sorry, you cannot eat sinigang and adobo anymore.
No,
that knife kill
not
didn't
allowed.
connect. I'm so sorry.
Maybe next time. Maybe next game. I wonder what they're gonna do. And looking at the brackets right now, while we're waiting a little bit more, it's our turn to do our podcast, guys.
Exactly.
We're used to that right now. I've gotten an update, Sarah. So apparently, Team SMG will be facing off against Global Esports Phoenix tomorrow. Yeah, that's tomorrow in the upper bracket semifinal.
So G won the series a while
Yes.
ago on the mainstream.
G fighting.
G fighting. I see. That's gonna be an interesting matchup, I would say. I think it's
Yeah.
gonna be like an explosive one as well, knowing what happened in the first series we had a while ago. I think they went to 3 maps in the mainstream, if I'm not mistaken. So
And they face off against each other last open as well. So there's even more juice to that. There's even a little bit more spice. I feel like that's gonna happen a lot this open too. We're gonna get a number of rematches that kind of showed up last time around, and
Yeah.
now we're gonna see how they're gonna improve, because like we said, Team SG Global Esports gonna happen tomorrow. Big Site Orangutans happening today. Later, or alongside this, rather, on our mainstream, we're gonna have FS Sapphire versus RRQ Kaguya, which is pretty much the matchup from last year. So it really just goes to show that you make such a good point there, Roar. So many of you guys are these friends. So many of these gals know each other, and they're just so familiar with another's playstyles that it's small improvements that can bring them to the top of the Game Changers Open.
not only that, but literally changing the game as well, as we speak about the title, basically the Game Changers. We want to see more of the meta changes that we're currently having. And especially the ever-changing Valorant. I just saw a tweet just right now that they're removing a clip. One clip of a Phantom and one clip of a Vandal, by the way, guys.
Leaks from
Leaks?
Terror say it ain't so. But
You know, we had too much time in our hands.
yeah, we did our job though. Podcast over. Back to the game, and Orangutan now looking to play towards that A site. Seems like though Big Site still. Whenever you get or you feel like putting up those one-way smokes, they really want that mount control, and Orangutan respects that and moves over to the other side of the map instead.
I mean, it's a triple push deep down in C here, but look at this. OGX trying to open the doors here, making a little bit of a diversion, but honestly, for the side of Big Side, they're waiting patiently here. A little bit of a dink, or a little bit of an attack here for the side of OGX. That's Aruma getting a double, catching the people flanking.
I was surprised. The third getting a dick. Don't you expect this third one? Twirly though, protecting the rear. And Aruma kept alive as well. Suddenly Orangutan, they just pull them in to move past that mound. And then that's their time to get towards that C-spot. Not only that though, Casper already taking control with the From the Shadows. So it's really Orangutans to win here.
Sky, on the other hand, she knows someone is planting the spike already. Again, Turley very low on HP. She hops out, but a good trade coming in from Casper. Catches her as well. Now it's all up to Crescents. She has one snake bite she can use here, but again, you have to isolate the fights that we have. That's gonna be Aruma shutting her down.
Stellar Anti-Lurk from Aruma, and jobs done by Orangutan. This is what you can always do on a map like Totas. If you're giving up one side of the map, utilize the other to try and pull them in. And case in point, with the time that Orangutan has to rotate from A to C, they know how to clear things out well if they can get the multi-frags anyway. And that's exactly what happens. Aruma got 2. The rest of Orangutan were already there to protect her at the very end. And that was their rounds to take.
Again, 2-2 scoreline. What we have here, Big Scythe and Orangutan. Utility-wise, on the side of OGT, they have a lockdown if they decide to take on a site or even delay it further. And they also have a good utility package here coming in from a Seekers and also like a Viper's Pit. But then again, Big Scythe, they have a disadvantage when it comes to the guns. Marsh is already down here in a 5v4 setup, and it seems like OGX rotations coming in as well.
Yeah, this has to be a big hold from Big Site, or Ophelia priming the Paranoia. Yamori has the showstopper available, but Orangutan, yet again, if ever they're dissuaded by utility, they're gonna use the other side of the map to their advantage, and case in point, rotation now to A site.
It's a 3-site map anyway. You have all the choices in the world if you want to rotate. And anyway, it's Lotus, and you have those revolving doors, breakable doors, which you can pass through. But obviously speaking, Big Scythe will be ready on their triggers if ever. Again, Yamori has that showstopper in her hand as well if she wants to use that, but this might be the A hit that we're looking for. Crescents to go down immediately as Casper saw her, but Sky to follow.
Strong rotations yet again from Orangutan lead to better possibilities. 2 down, sees the head of Yamori as well. Twirly playing from the low ground, but Casper's just there, ready to strike alongside Japips. Orangutan yet again. We saw their plans last open on how they take these sites. Even more so now, disciplined to get the free entries around the map.
I also like the decision making here coming in from Orangutan, knowing that there is one-way smokes being set upon them, for example. Not only that, but as soon as they see a reaction coming in from Big Scythe, you would see that they actually utilize the entirety of the map. They know that they can rotate. They know that they have the time in the world to do that as well, and they have the advantage, so why not do it?
Yeah, they respect what's telegraphed here, but Big Sight, they're just becoming a little bit too predictable with what they want to do. This time around, they changed it up. If you see how much utility they thrown towards lobby, the flash, the paranoia, they're trying to lead Orangutan to move towards C instead, but it's still a tough task. Sky Elise alongside Crescents, they have to deal with the Seekers getting the intel.
They have to move further back here as soon as the Trailblazer also hops on Crescents here. Not enough time to react as the Satchel in play comes in. But Sky Elise actually getting that trade-off. At least for the time being, she can wait for the rotation of the other teammates as well.
Yeah, quick little regroup right now for Big Sight with Orangutan. They set up the Viper Spit instead. Sky Elise has the answer though. The lockdown can be into play and it's at the edge of the pit itself. Interesting call now. So a Venn diagram to look to find where they can intersect. The push though comes on in from Orangutan. Knew exactly where they could play off. Big Sight stuck here on the opposite end and they might need to consider just saving instead.
This defensive lockdown has been destroyed immediately as well. I mean, it's just beside the pit anyway, and they can see that. And there's nothing blocking it at that point. It was easy for them to just shut it down completely. Like you said, Dax, this might be a save instead. Because that lockdown was actually going to be the... What do you call this? The pillar of the retake of that scenario. But it just didn't happen. Completely shut down.
Yeah, it was the foundation basically. Without it, they couldn't get in, especially with the open hand. But it's a big pick from Emmy. Only had the Sheriff to hold on to. And Orangutan gets one more before it all ends. So 4-2 scoreline right now. Big Sight. You can see that they have a lot of discipline on the defense. Only problem still is these small setup mistakes. These small slip-ups are costing them because Orangutan knows they can get away with it.
I do like those Odin setups when it's Lotus. Honestly, there's just too much wall that, like Asarai would say in our normal broadcast, too much wall to actually put the bullets through. And Odin might be the way to actually do that. You can see that through the doors or revolving doors. In A, you can also use that through here in the revolving doors through B to C. So there's just too much factor in consideration here. Pop Flash perfectly connecting Crescents to take on the double kill.
Yeah, Big Sight's already in position and the mount taken by them. Not only that, the doorway now being utilized here by Big Sight, and I love the adjustment. Play a bit more aggressive on a different angle and also try and cut off the approach towards another site. Up in hand. Yamori blows up Japips, a little too ambitious and eager. And as Aruma steps up to fight back, it's a tough task in a 1v4.
Good on the pick though. That's gonna be Aruma shutting down that operator. But then again, she has more to her plate. She has still 4 players to pinch down through, and that's going to be Aureophilia spotting her away. A round win yet again for Big Scythe, and aside from that, I don't think they were able to save the operator from B.
I don't think so either, and it really just goes to show here for Big Sight that
this looks like a 50s movie.
yeah, film grade. Oh, they got it! They got it! They got it back. No worries.
Oh, they got
it. The thing is, Big Sight, I think this is one way they can go about things. If they know they're already taking one part of the map, they should expect that if Orangutan isn't actually clashing for that area, that it'll be another site instead being hit. So these transitions from C to B or B to A, they're going to be essential. Twirly, though, flies high, moves over towards the rubble. Yamori misses a shot, and Orangutan now a chance to play through doorway instead.
Again, they have a Viper wall set up here. Little of a right triangle angle, I would say, as they're just waiting for smokes to dissipate. Not other than that, they're looking for picks as well. But as we can see in the mini-map, it seems like they're ready to fight for A side if ever they need to. Showstopper is also in play on both ends here. Let's see how they can make an entry happen as the Trailblazer is already going B.
March though, trying to find a bit of that intel. Paranoia connects, the stun is there too. But we hear the showstopper twirly trying to dissuade them. Ophelia caught now into the radius of the explosion. And from that point on, it's Big Sight with the man advantage. The push comes towards the smoke. Emmy fighting versus Sky Elise towards the doorway. A snake bite to dissuade her push, but does the peak come? It's from Big Sight's other side instead. Showstopper 2 heard and made. Emmy falls. It's all up to Aruma in a 1v4. Desperate scenario, and the snake bites don't help the situation. Orangutan cannot make their way back. It's Big Sight who ties it up.
That's gonna be Aruma shutting down 2 players, though, to say the least. But then again, it's already a round for the side of Big Scythe. Once you lose control, especially on upper, especially going forward here on CT as well, for the time being here for Orangutan, it's just difficult to answer back the retake scenario, especially you have snake bites and you have utilities to delay B main here, and leaving Aruma or having Aruma as the last player from B main, it's just a very, very difficult post-plan setup. To say the least, I would have had her in A-Link and probably she would have gotten a clutch or something, but B main is really, really tight.
Yeah, it's difficult because Orangutan, as they call for a timeout, they were very committed positions. If they're holding towards the waterfall side, they're holding towards the doorway itself. If they try to back away into the site, they need to still have one of the sides held together. And what happened? Big site, one boat left and right. They were able to converge the site, and once Crescents had the right information to now use those snake bites, it was an easier hold from the defense than even expected. So as of right now, Orangutan meeting their match truly here versus Big Sight. Big Sight have come prepared for this matchup truly.
Especially you have utilities like the pain shells and even like a snake bite as well coming in from the Vipers. You can expect those delaying factors, delaying utilities to come through, especially when you wanted to push. And these 2 teams know exactly when to utilize it as well. But looking at it, it's still a 4-4, very even match we have right now. Turley not really seeing anyone, but Yamori will go for the swing here. Really tough on the trigger, but she managed to survive.
Yeah, even with a blast back in that angle, right? Just blast off away. Trailblazer, though, Sky Elise dodges it. The doggy ain't get that bite, but here comes Twirly now in position alongside Casper, and they want to get the catch on, but it's an isolated fight for Sky Elise. March also the helping hand with a Trailblazer. This doggy did good. It's time for the guiding light to try and find the flash, and it's Big Sight with the execute of a hold.
Really, really good angle holding here coming in from Big Scythe, I would say. Especially being triggered like that, especially coming in from Yamori. It's a bit of a mishap here on B main, but in the end, she managed to survive. Not only that, it was more of a team effort coming in from all the teammates that we had, especially for Sky and literally the other Sky, the real Sky, which is Marsh. Having that Trailblazer out was a life-saving moment for them.
Yeah, they got in position so well, and it was Orangutan instead who looked scattered on how they wanted to clear Tree out so much. In the end, though, Big Sight now takes the lead away from Orangutan, who still has enough of an economy to actually fight back here towards A yet again. Trailblazer to try and find intel. Alarm bots are out, flashes are there due to get confirmation, and this is where we wonder, does Orangutan commit towards the site? There's the flash, doesn't get the connection. Boombot gonna get the intel though, and Orangutan knocking on the doorstep of Big Sight here.
Knocking down also the traps as well, but look at this. Sky was able to pick 1 kill out. That's Casper being taken away. No more smokes here aside from Emmy helping out the team, but yet again, it's already been placed. They have to regroup. They have to re-strategize where to go. It might be a B hit, but yet again, they use up the bird here coming in from the side of OGT as well. No one to see.
And Big Sight. Yeah, Big Sight is learning their lesson. They're still holding on to B at least with Yamori. The slobs, the pain chills now with an underhand. Forces Orangutan to stay away from the spike, but the plant is there already. Slower play here from Big Sight. Twirly takes advantage of the isolated angle versus Crescent. And the lurk here from Emmy might make or break this retake. The swing comes though, and March will lead to that takedown. It's an advantage here for Big Sight. They're converging now towards B yet again, and the Ruma hugs the wall as much as possible, trying to hold close. Oriophila already with the clear, and this is a perfect chance for Big Sight to just defuse. It's all up to Japips to get close enough, but the hold is there, and the round goes Big Sight's way.
Big size, the pressure that they give, especially here in the post-plant setups that Orangutan is setting them up, is quite difficult to answer back, I would say. Time and time again, we see a B take here from Orangutan, and it seems like every single time that Big Sai wants to retake B as well, they were able to push out and really pressure out OGT to move further away from the plant situation. And in that case, they have the space to just defuse it in any way they can.
Yeah, and you can see why the lurk is so essential here for Orangutan if they want to make their post-plant work. Without it, they get pushed off the site. They have to go on away and try to scramble to make it back to the objective. And from that point on, it's Big Sight who says, thanks, we have the numbers, and we have the spike under our control. Lockdown is there though, and Yamori still wants to throw the paint shells just to stall the initial push.
Yeah, immediate lockdown has been used here. Space created for the side of OGT to plant a spike yet again. Snake bite to the face just to put a little bit of a delay, and Aruma was able to catch actually one player off guard here. It's a 5v4, especially with this setup with a Viper spit and a shotgun. Can be scary for Big Scythe.
Yeah, Emmy's trying to set that cloud well, and here comes Oriophila just to die. The Viper lying in wait, striking surely. And here comes Aruma as well. This time around, Orangutan get the win condition going. Their flank is clear, and they have a way out if ever. Emmy with a final takedown there. March will just be backing on away. But does someone push from Orangutan X? Seems like will be the rest of the roster going towards top mid. Jumping with the judge. The rifles instead, and the Spectre will go for the fight. And this lesser buy from Orangutan works in their favor in flawless manner.
Even a flawless round to say for Orangutan here. Not only that, I would say it seems like A side, it seems like C side is a really good post-plant position coming in from Orangutan. It just so happens that they decide to go B take here whenever they get stuck in a position that they don't like, and especially when they are getting delayed by Big Scythe. But A and C seems to be a proper side for them to take, and it seems like they have or showing good results here from the rounds that we're looking at as well. And like I said, Dax, you've seen a Viper just holding a shorty on a Viper spit. What more if you hold a judge?
Yeah, it's an even bigger shotgun, right? If someone in the Indonesian scene can make do all the way to make it to the grand finals with it, anyone can. And as we've seen here from Orangutan X, there is that talent in this roster. There is that possibility that they can actually win out these duels well with Aruma, with Emmy especially. But from what I've seen so far, there's just such a crucial fight here for Orangutan that they need to always win. If not, it's Big Sight who overruns them. And just in that round, they got the win condition that they needed.
Win condition, as we talk about it, utility-wise, I would say for Big Scythe, lots in play here, especially if they want to pop that Viper spit immediately and stop players from Orangutan from entering the site immediately as well, as early as possible. But it seems like they are more leaning towards getting those information first before actually popping ults here. And none other than that, they have a lockdown as well. But Crescents might be deciding on that just right now.
Yeah, she's thinking about it as Orangutan haven't gone much to see after the past few rounds. A return there will already be stopped by the Viper Spits. And it seems like Japips wants to catch out if Crescent is playing close. Twirly though on the low ground. This is dangerous. She's forced to push, and suddenly she's taken down by Yamori. That's the problem right now, pushing to that pit. That high ground is very essential for Big Sight's defense, and they hold it down to force Orangutan away.
We typically see a satchel in play or even a dash in play coming in from a jet from up above, I would say, just to try making an entry happen, especially with a Trailblazer coming out in a paint shells towards bend here. To say the least, they didn't get to clear out the angle, especially from crescent sides, to try and dissipate that smoke. But now Orangutan again deciding to
30 seconds
rotate
left.
and respecting that Viper's pit on C instead.
Yeah, big site. They have to deal with the push onto A, but this is committed from Orangutan. They can no longer go elsewhere. Lockdown's there, and Casper is burning. Not only that, Oriophilia's in position towards a drop, and she wants to swing into it. Last chance here for Orangutan. They have evacuated in time, actually, to make their way towards that B side. And a big win for Emmy. Trying to go for the smoke play here. Shorty out, and then gets the takedown of the March anyway. 3v3. Emmy stepping up to the plate when she's needed the most, and here she goes yet again. The Shorty in, out of the smoke, spamming it down as much as possible. 2v2 now. Sky Elise trying to hold things up, playing into upper, and Oreophilia not the best range. You want to play that Shorty, good ma'am. It's Emmy with a swing, a quad already for Emmy, and here she comes with the ace even. Orangutan tie it up.
What a round for Emmy right here. Especially, she was the epitome of that play. She had to control the site or else no one can actually plant the spike in that 6-second mark. And with that Shorty, especially with the help of the smoke here, it just worked out. Everything just worked out in her favor. The re-smoke coming in from the Omen immediately helped her out as well to get that other kill. But look at this. We are in a halftime. Let's pass it on to our panelist, Ray Ref Chu. Take it away.
Phew, Amy with the ace to close out that first half 6-6, but boy, did Big Scythe come out guns blazing in map number 1, going absolutely toe-to-toe with OGT. One thing I want to highlight is both teams' utility use as well as their movement around the map. Raph, what are your thoughts?
Those are honestly wonderful points to springboard off. OGT being very, very respecting of the utility being thrown at them. At the same time, they're mindful enough to not become hyper receptive and just being funneled into where Big Scythe want to take those fights. But I gotta say, Big Scythe is looking so good. Everything looked like it was falling into place for them up until that big pop off on the side of Emmy. And I love that Emmy's fitting right into Orangutan, into that super nitty and gritty grind type of play style. And one more thing that I would love to point out on the side of Orangutan, despite that rough start on the last round, which felt a little forced, they heard the Viper spit, the double satchel still became very committed, so they had to remaneuver themselves. And as Dax mentioned, they did use B as a bit of a pivot point, but without Emmy's heroics, I feel like that round would have been just close to none, as we saw some of their members kind of lose a little bit of that heat retention.
Real quick, before we toss it back to our casters, 6-6, we're tied up. It's a mirror matchup, and how do we feel that this is going to go? Are we smelling that overtime?
I mean, with Orangutan, anything can happen, but if Big Scythe can capitalize off the fact that they can snowball really well off offense and held their own during that defensive half, then potentially this could be a Big Scythe map win.
All right, well, all bets still off. Absolutely up in the air as to which way this map is going to go. Taylor and Dax, back over to you.
Always thankful to have that great panel. Oh no, Tara, you don't
Did
want
she
this?
say overtime?
Overtime? More, we already had to wait for this series.
My ears. It
But-
seems like I had to change my headphones here, Dax.
You know, but our host makes a good point. It's a 6-6 standing. It's a mirror matchup, and if things continue like this, it's possible. But of course, we want to see who's gonna win in such a hotly contested game. Both Big Sight and Orangutan are bringing their all here in this game, and with now Big Sight on the attack, they need to prove that what they do on the defense, how they converge, can work on the attacking side as well.
I mean, before we headed into the panel, we were given one really good ace coming in from Emmy. You have to say that that can boost up the confidence, especially coming in here on the second half itself. And we're changing the pace now as we are starting off again on a pistol round. A good reset for the teams. Basically, we're starting from 0 yet again. This next rounds are going to be critical and essential for the teams, especially this pistol round.
Back to square one, but Emmy's holding a shorty yet again. And I still remember what happened in the last rounds. Ugh. Traumatizing. Big Sight now. Trying to play towards that C angle. Thing is though, with that implied presence with the alarm bot, that's now Swarm being burned. Emmy on the high ground still trying to get on the way. The Pain Shells preventing her from pushing, but she still gets away with bloody murder. Onto one at least. 4v3 though. Big side controlling the pace of these lanes. Allows them now to go for the plant, and it will turn into a retake here for the defense.
Can be planted for long, as we would say, but again, OGT, they have to plan out and map out the retake here. 2 on Waterfall, 1 on CT. They go for the flash, and actually that catches Oreo off guard. She turned around and Turley takes on the kill. There's 2 people on site, but Casper now alone. A 1v3 situation, and Yomori just closes off the round.
Oh, what a flank, though. What an angle for Sky Elise. Allows Big Sight again. Another angle of opportunity to utilize. And this is what we saw on their defense. They're so much more willing to utilize as much of the map as possible. It's Orangutan has been a bit more contained, a bit more committed on what they want to stay on. And if they're overrun, that's pretty much it for their defense. That's pretty much it for their retake, if ever.
Again, those paint shells, very essential, especially when they want to take on sites, for example, like C, especially when it connects perfectly, that like we saw towards Emmy. This can clear out angles that they can be scared of to try and take. And not other than that, they have utilities like the boom bot like that can also clear out angles that they need. They know there's someone close. Turley, waiting patiently, again, classic, free gun, still deadly if you come close.
Yeah, does she want to find that contact though, as Big Sight just confirm what they can towards B. Mobilize into A instead. They were expecting some aggression on the eco here from Orangutan, but instead now it's only here where Orangutan is trying to get the flank on. Luckily here for Big Sight though, they still have the turret in play. Sky at least sets that up really well, that it has to be right timing here for Orangutan if they want to get a few cheeky kills. Over by the wall itself, it's Emmy with the takedown, and there you have it. Orangutan have something to work with.
Emmy takes on the Vandal. She will take it. It's free anyway. 5v4 situation. That guiding light perfectly connects. No follow-up. It's just for info and intel right now in the hands of Big Scythe. Aruma, on the other hand, managed to pick up 1, but this is going to be the spray down coming in for March. A good headshot towards Japip. She goes for the reload, and now Casper catches 1. She is going to be able to pick up that Spectre, but it's already too late. March prepared to take on the battle. Big Scythe takes the round, but yet again, 4 people down.
Yeah, at what cost right here? Orangutan X doing well on the eco. They just stayed away from the initial contact towards that B side. Time it right so well, playing over into lobby. And I love the fact that they waited on Emmy's count, on Emmy's signal, because she was the linchpin of that. She was the only one away from the rest of the squad, and they picked up a rifle because of it. Gave them the firepower to at least make it costly versus Big Sight.
8-6 is the score right now. Again, a buy round coming in here from the side of OGT. Immediate shutdown on the trap, especially that turret. And now they just want to take controls. Objectives, objectives, objectives. That's the focus of Big Scythe right now. They have some guns on their end, I would say, but not that big of a damage. Stingers on their pockets, but you just never know, especially in close angles.
Yeah, exactly. They want to play B because of those close angles. The paranoid, though, perfect from Casper. No one swinging as of yet. Emmy instead using that snake bite, and eventually now Orangutan X will draw first blood. A nice find, but look at how Big Sight are playing. They want to play the corners as much as possible here, especially towards top mid. Anti-flash from Casper still gets blinded anyway. They line up for her, and it's easy pickings for Casper yet again. Emmy holding things down, and Orangutan will step on up to get the round.
They want to go for those trades, but yet again, you're going up against the Vandals, the Phantoms. And if the Stingers spray down like that, especially when you take on the headshot, it's done and over with in just a glimpse. And exactly like that, how Casper took 2 players out of Big Scythe away. Not only that, Dax, Emmy is definitely on fire right now in the rounds we're looking at.
Yeah, and I look back at Emmy's career. She's been playing the Game Changers circuit for pretty much the past year. I've seen also that she's been playing in a few, I don't know if it's an Australian LAN or not, with a mixed roster. So it really goes to show that this gal is ready to play here for Orangutan X, and she's been picked up for good reason. Many have said, why change a squad that was only second to SMG? Well, these players are proving it here to try and fight against one of the teams that have really prepared for them in Big Sight.
Oh, a double flash being set up here on A main. Really aggressive positioning coming in from OGX as well, especially with that verticality from Casper. And if someone peeks out, obviously the trades are going to be clashing in from that raise, or twirly to be specific. Now they're waiting patiently. They know exactly. They're anticipating this exact kind of scenario and play. And they're respecting the smoke. They're actually waiting if someone lurks in or actually pushes through.
Big site. Just waiting for timing. They know that Rubble is a danger spot right now with Casper getting on top of it. But eventually, they do actually back away from Orangutan before Big Sight threw down that paranoia. So at least here, Big Sight utilizing utility early to clear out the closer angles for their next step.
Viper's Pit being ready to actually be used by Emmy in case they need it right now. But no movements yet. They go for a flash here for Intel. They actually catch Skyly's here for the guiding light, but honestly, it's a lurk. So it's still a take bound to happen. It's Big Sight. I think they decide on B.
Yeah, here we have it now. Plant coming into play. Big Sight committing for this. Top mid though. The point of contention from Orangutan X, and for good reason. Japips finding Marsh already. It is a very, very much committed position here from Big Sight to play towards the link itself. And Twirly now pushing forward, picking up the rifle as well. Casper with a takedown on the Crescent. And look at Casper go. They've just sandwiched Big Sight here. Emmy's already on the defuse. And can anyone from Big Sight stop them? Absolutely not. It's a defuse and a flawless win to boot. Orangutan tie it up.
It's such a same storyline coming in from these two teams. From Big Sight to Orangutan, whenever it's B Sight, it seems like at the end of that post plant, they just lose control over the site or the choke points they want to hold on to. And again, they just go for that defuse, and immediately the respective team or the team that is on the defense will try to push in, and they just couldn't find an answer. Again, with the help of those snake bites coming in from the Vipers, it's just added delay after delay. It's a lot to process for the teams right now, but B-side for them, it's actually quite the same.
Yeah, and the paranoia is now there. Both Big Sight and Orangutan have struggled to go for the clears on the offense, but now it's a defense where Casper can truly shine. Such aggressive plays towards this hill, and seems like Casper will die on it. Twirly though taking the front line now, and it's all up to Aruma to try and close things off. She does so versus Crescents. Orangutan take the lead.
Not too bad on the pistols though, I would say, especially getting those 3 shots in. Coming in from the players here, or specifically Crescents, getting those triple kill. At least, to say the least, leveling out that economy for in the hands of OGT, especially as we move forward in the rounds. They're almost at the double-digit score line here, and it just goes one step closer to that match point. And Big Scythe, they go for a timeout. They don't want this lead to just grow further away.
Yeah, it feels like for Big Sight that they're hesitating just a little too much on the attack. I would have thought that they'd be more aggressive after that first half, that they'd be willing to push with Yamori, Marsh, and as well, especially Oriofilia, knowing how aggressive she can be, even on the controller role. But Orangutan has mitigated that damage so well. Many positions of power. I look at top mid towards that B side. I look at the mound itself that Orangutan has contested again and again. And unlike Orangutan a while ago where they gave up those spots, it's Big Sight willing to challenge and Big Sight who loses because of it.
Again, the challenge is definitely there. You can see them answering to the duels. But if you had those pistols anyway, you would just go for the engagement. Again, sometimes it works out in your favor, if especially an aggressive stance when you have a pistol round instead of that very, very slow-paced movements that you can be caught easily from a distance. But this is a brand new round. After that timeout, we might see a conversion, but let's see, as OGX is just doing the same setups that we were looking at a while ago, but so much smokes coming in from a Viper. No one really to see here, and another re-smoke from Casper.
Yeah, Orangutan does it just to dissuade Big Sight from playing towards Rubble. And of course, it's Casper standing on top of it. Crescents was waiting if anyone was going to push towards lobby. So Big Sight here, playing more of a default. Slow and steady pace to just wrap around and move towards C instead.
You just want to mitigate that control that Big Sight is currently having right now, and the OGT is honestly doing really good at that. The Odin is again in play in the hands of Emmy here. Casper goes for a repossession. This showstopper might be deadly. It actually connects onto March, and quite safely, Twirly will just run away.
What kind of feeling is that? The door opens and suddenly there's fireworks coming at you. This is why you don't let them loose indoors. But it does lead now to a 3v3 scenario. Big side caught, trying to transfer towards that A side. And here comes the showstopper now, unleashed by Yemori instead. The Odin trying to go for the wall bags. Emmy staying away from the side just to not get blown on up. Eventually though, Big Sight utilized that Raze ult just to give him the space to get the plant going.
They know it's gonna be an A hit, and now Aruma on to drop here. No one really checked. She still has the turret. They know exactly where she is already. Rotations coming in from OGX. Again, this Odin is still in play for that wall bang. Just the perfect timing for that TP away, Dax.
The great escape
Oh my God.
of Oreophilia. She's out. Peace. I am ghosting you. And what can Emmy do in this scenario? Nanoswarm's gonna be there to go for the stall. Orangutan, they know the spike is just there in reach, but they can't touch it. Aruma though, with attack. Emmy's there also to get that takedown. Pips on defuse duty, but this is dangerous. She gets away with it though. Sky Elise can't find that final confirmation. And in the end, Orangutan take the round.
The angle diff that Chapeeps was holding, trying to defuse the spike. Again, it was like a domino effect watching this round as well. With the Odin being played out, especially in the hands of Emmy here in this post-plant scenario, Big Scythe was a little in a cautious side into trying to peek. They know that they can be wallbanged by that Odin to a point that they were pushed out yet again towards A main, especially that Oreophilia wasn't able to win that engagement or duel towards trees.
Yeah, there was already a good effort with the escape, right? But it's still not enough. Orangutan now heating on up, and Twirly is here in action as well. A nice takedown here from Twirly. I've seen her really improve under this Orangutan roster. Big reason why she's part of this squad right now, and let's see what else Orangutan can do from this advantage.
Flash for the info, and they actually get info. There is someone on C-Long. The re-smokes coming in from Casper as well. But a little bit of a disrespect here from Oreophilia. She want to know if someone's close by. This paranoia wouldn't connect to Japeeps. She actually managed to see how many cross right now, but it's gonna be bullets after bullets, Dax.
I think it's a little too dangerous from Orangutan. As soon as you miss the first few shots, maybe that's when you just evacuate instead of play for a better angle. In the end, though, it's 3v3. It's slightly a lesser buy here for Big Sight, but they can make it work anyway with the plant. Not only that, lockdown's there, and it's hard here for Orangutan since they're holding an operator for Twirly. This retake really comes down to Aruma and Emmy.
This Odin can be in play though. It can hurt for the side of Big Scythe here. Sky Elise though to go down, and Twirly, that double swing from these two players of Orangutan just completely shut down Big Scythe.
Yo, they expected it. They expected the push from Big Side, and they were ready no matter what. Orangutan X now, we're seeing the form that brought them to the finals last open. And despite the newer roster, it's still the same old Orangutan greatness that you know and love. The hold potential is unreal, but it's really the heads-up play that Orangutan has at a notice to get these kind of takedowns.
True, they're quick on the trades. Not other than that, they're quick on to get with their teammates, especially if they're stuck in a position they don't want to be. And not other than that, that first pick off with that operator from Twirly was quite critical. Removing that snake bite smokes from a Viper was already a big thing.
Yeah, Casper Go playing for Rubble yet again, and this time Big Sight will challenge. Do they expect her on the other side of the wall? Japips wants to set things up. The flash gets confirmation. Casper, though, not swinging as of yet. Be patient instead, and does get the catch on the March. Another one for Casper! No matter what angle, she can get these takedowns. Twirly trying to get the hell out of there, and she still somehow gets the kill! Orangutan getting away with these criminal acts, and Big Sight instead are the ones caught in the crossfire.
Reposition with the satchel, and as soon as you drop down, you still manage to pull off a shot. That's Sterling, ladies and gents. But Casper, I would say really good and really quick on that decision making as well. She knew after that guiding light, it was a confirmation, like you said, that there are going to be players behind that wall, and she knew exactly where to anticipate them after the first kill. She knew there was going to be a trade-off from behind, and she just completely obliterated those two players out of the equation.
It's just crazy to think that even someone like Twirly survived that fight, but this is why Orangutan put so much resources towards that rubble in the first place. They know that if Big Sight challenges them, then that's the perfect way to try and win that round. And case in point now, another challenge and another defeat here for Big Sight. Sky Elise falls first.
A little bit of a damage towards Twirly, but she will be immediately healed up here by Japeeps as well. Really good on the support, especially with those utilities coming in from that Sky. The whole entire second half we're looking at, it's almost as if Emmy is just either holding onto a Shorty or an Odin here, Dax.
Why not both, right?
Why not, right?
Get the biggest gun and the smallest gun
Yeah.
and just try to find what works anyway. I do
But it
wonder if
works.
Big Sight- Yeah, it works, right? I'm wondering though what the offense is planning. Crescents, she's just lurking inside the smoke right now. Casper though, very instinct from the shadows just for the intel, and this is Emmy and Casper prepared for this. Snake fight out at the right time, and March burns! Emmy gets the second one too! Emmy's doing it all with the Gatling gun a go, and Orangutan X, they made their story happen on Lotus last Open, and they begin their story here in Open 2 with a Lotus win, 13-8 to get the first one in this best of 3.
The Odin power just never fails at this game. This first map, Orangutan X takes the victory here. Emmy, I just want to talk about Emmy, man. This player that we have right here, completely getting those rounds for herself. We saw her ace basically with the Shorty combination and through that smokes. Not only that, she was able to really utilize that Odin, especially here in a map like Lotus. I know that when we saw that immediately a while ago, that first Odin pick, I was already saying that this is a good choice, such a good choice for a Lotus map because of those wall bangable corners and every option you can think of.
Yeah, and not only that, she knows exactly where to spam it. Their timings have been so on point. It's so well coordinated here from Orangutan X. And bit by bit, you can see, despite the new roster, right, that this just works for them. That this is a squad that can really sync on up well. And especially on the defense, many chokeholds that they really strangled the life out of Big Sight.
Especially, this is also a map, if I'm not mistaken, that was picked by Big Size. So,
Yep.
moving forward, which is going to be the next map, which is Bind, Orangutan, this is their map pick, and we've seen them, how they use up, especially Twirly, on that satchel plays. It might be a mishap from time to time, but she still managed to get a little bit of a quick decision thinking and making along the side, and still managed to pull off those kills in an equation where you just don't think that she can do it, but she still managed to pull it off.
As long as they're alive,
As
right?
long as they're alive. As long
there
as they
is
can shoot,
fight.
Dax.
Oh, I was about to speak Filipino. I'm
No,
so
no,
not used. I'm gonna get you started, Filipino caster. But yeah, that's really what Orangutan X is all about. We've seen so many times that there is still that leadership. There is still very much the foundation, especially from the likes of Casper, and they're just able to play off one another's calls. It's a different look here for Orangutan X, not just on the roster, but the composition as well. But it really goes to show that they've improved in different ways here. Moving into Open 2, they've become a bit more flexible, and they've become a bit more, I'd say, on the fly with some of their calls.
Speaking of on the fly with those calls, anyway, I think the panel has more to talk about this first game that we just had. So we're just going to pass it on to, again, Rayref Chu. How's it on the panel side?
Thank you, Dexrar. Such a back and forth game from Big Scythe and Orangutan up until 8-8, until OGT found their footing and pulled away to that 13-8. Raf, what do you think about how Orangutan managed to close out map 1?
I really like how Orangutan, despite having a bit of a change-up, has secured their identity as basically the shield of game changers. Their attacking side is always a little suspect. It's always kind of like a diesel engine. It takes a good minute to start, but once it gets going, once it becomes the defending switch, Then Orangutan comes online, and then Orangutan looks incredibly stoic. You know, I talked about the offensive half earlier and how they were hyper receptive to the defense. It seems like it's the complete opposite in terms of their defending, because they see a lot of fakes, they see a lot of lurk threats, but they're very stoic, they're very confident. There was a retake, I believe, around 19, around 18, something like that, where I think it was Big Scythe completely expecting the three-person swing, but suddenly every member on the side of Big Scythe, despite being ready, just disappears.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that we were discussing like as the game was going on, right? You mentioned that Big Scythe did show that little bit of hesitation as well. Do you think that's what cost them the series?
Absolutely, and if we look at the statistics here, Yamori not having the greatest of outings, but still very, very serviceable. You mentioned a lot of hesitation on the side of Big Scythe, and I feel like this is just inherent with the way they approach the game. They're very safe. If you've noticed, they invest quite a bit of utility for, again, just even the smallest portion of map control. And OGX, they've been capitalizing on this. They've been so far back that they've essentially nullified any value they can find on those hits. But other than that, Big Scythe, I feel like they're kind of limiting themselves in terms of tempo because they're so safe. They remove their ability to go full contact or just kind of go for a quick explode. In any case, I do enjoy the play of Emmy and Iruma, who's been so good for OGX. They fit in like a glove.
Yeah, there were a lot of questions right before this map even started. We were wondering, like, OGX, they've only kept Peeps as well as Casper. How are the new members gonna show up? And boy, what a debut map number one for them. Emmy as well with that ace to round out that first half. We're gonna take a look at the highlights from this game.
Man, I almost did not notice that the Trailblazer kill there. It's a rarity, but it is an absolute joy to watch. Emmy had such a fantastic showing in this round. This round is very reminiscent to like another game that hyper focuses on movement with very strong to it mechanics, but moving on to this one, Emmy has really proven to be an absolute star, Raichu.
Dude, I love the shorty buys. I'm just so super sad that Riot is trying to raise the price of shorty. Like, do they not like fun? Come on, I want to see shorties in my games, man. We get clips like this. But, you know, it was fun while it lasted. I'm happy to still see all these shorties being picked up while they still can, while they're still economical.
Oh.
We're talking about the Odins as well. I mean, Taylor was talking about it, just on a map such as Lotus, where you can really make full use of the Odin. There are like a couple of wall bangable spots as well for the Odin. You know, it's just all about these teams putting in the homework and figuring out where those spots are and figuring out where they can just maximize the utility of the Odin. But yep, to no one's surprise, MVP is going to go over to Emmy. Very well deserved, and as you said just now, just what a debut statement game for this girl.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see what other agents Emmy has in her
Oh yeah.
again in her pocket, because Viper very difficult to execute. She's very prone to timing. If somebody just pushes you and you're not ready, then well, you're gonna have a problem. Speaking of that, you did mention the shorty. I for one will go to the opposite direction. I agree with Riot. Go raise the price, because could you imagine? Yes, look at me. I spent 4,500 credits for a full belt of utility, full armor, and a Vandal. And 150 credits is going to absolutely obliterate me before I can even react. I am having so much interactive fun.
I mean, skill diff. That sounds like a very personal you problem, Ref. I'm kidding. You make a good point, you know, right? I think they're gonna fix it before, you know, LCQ happens next month. But guys, it is going to be series point for Orangutan and do or die for Big Scythe. If they want to avoid getting dropped down to that lower bracket, which way will the pendulum swing? We'll find out right after this break. All right, guys, and welcome back to what could be series point for Orangutan X this time around. Potentially could be our last map of the day, but not if Big Scythe have anything to say about that. Once again, it's Ray Richu, your host, as well as Raf, our lovely analyst and panelist for today. I mean, it's been a pleasure having you this entire time, especially like during those halftime segments where I'm like, we gotta make a point, like make it snappy, make it smart, make it quick, and just, you deliver every single time. I'm so thankful. It's been so easy to work with you. What do you think about this map number 2 now that we're going into Bind?
I'm slightly suspicious of all these compliments, to be honest
Hey!
with you. I am very suspicious of these.
From
I
the
am.
bottom of my heart, I meant it.
I don't know, but
Aw.
if we go back into the game here, Orangutan, I like that they picked by. To be honest, to be fair,
Yeah.
I thought that it would be Big Scythe to ban Ascent early because Big Scythe had so many catastrophic breakdowns on that map in the previous Open. And thank you, by the way, for all those wonderful words. You make my job very, very easy too. And Big Scythe, they are
Aw.
looking to get, well, rather make this night easier for them despite losing their pick. Maybe it was an experimental pick. Dax did mention that this was their auto ban last year. Maybe they wanted to test the waters and see how far they could go, as some map vetoes can be like that. Fracture, I feel like, could be a little difficult on the side of Orangutan because Orangutan, as we mentioned, not very good nor consistent on that attacking end. They're more on the defensive side of things, so the set play may hinder them just a bit. But the question is, are we even going to get to that point?
Bind is really interesting, right? Because I think the way that the timing for the earlier open worked out, because Bind has only just kind of fairly recently been brought back into the map rotation, right? So like we were talking earlier in the year, teams like weren't having as much time being able to even scrim or pick this map. So that might be the reason why we didn't see it during that open one, or why it didn't come into play. But historically, right? Because OGX, they beat Big twice in the last open. We talked about that, but the 2 times that they won, it was both 2-0, and plus they did that in absolutely dominating fashion. It was 13-1 on Haven and then 13-2 on Ascent as well. So coming in today, we were kind of expecting that Big Scythe probably not wanting to just step foot back onto Haven or onto Ascent, relive those PTSD memories that they got going on from that open one. So it's kind of like why I think we're seeing an entirely new map pool for this Open 2 matchup of Bind. It's going to be pretty exciting. What do you think about the way that the agent compositions are going to shake out? Because we did see that mirror matchup in map 2. What do you think?
There were some discussions backstage or behind the scenes about what Emmy might play next, but I feel like she might stay on the Viper because I feel like Viper is so potent on this map still. Again, Bind is a map where you kind of don't need a traditional Sentinel, so this might put Aruma in a spot where either she's playing just slightly out of her comfort zone and may throw her off her rhythm, or maybe she's just going to show the world that she's also evolved much like the rest of her team. Double controller, double ini, duelist has been the standard for this map. We still see a little bit of variation here and there, but one thing's for certain, I am absolutely sure that both these teams are going to run the Sky. Sky is just too valuable in controlling B long and just helps in so many defaults. But again, hey, we've seen crazier things happen today. We've seen 4 initiators in Harbor. We've seen 5 controllers. We've seen this and that. I feel like this matchup particularly has been a return to sanity for most of us.
Yeah, and talking about that, right? Because it's not just about the Asian composition or the Asian picks. As we saw from map number 1, even with that exact mirror matchup from Big Scythe as well as Orangutan, right after the first half and during the map switch, we saw how with the same agents, both these teams play so different, right? We were looking at Big Scythe, they're playing with that little bit of hesitation, whereas Orangutan after the half just seemed to figure their tempo out and figure out just like how to maximize the use of their comp. So even if with similar agents, there's still that potential for things to be shaken up. We're going to head into agent select real quick to see what both these teams want to pick.
it brings us back to the point where the agent comms, yes, they do matter, but in a mirror, it really exposes the philosophy and the
Ooh.
execution of both teams. But it looks like we're gonna go for
Yo.
something a little more classical on the side of Orangutan. Twirly on that raise has been highlighted previously.
Sage?
No.
Jet?
Okay,
Yo.
guys. So this is a Redding joke. I am not a fan of Sage picks. I understand why they're there, but no, I am against Sage picks. But other than that, I think everything is pretty solid on both ends. Double duelist on the side of Orangutan. They want to change the tempo. They want to be a little more explosive this time around, Ray Richu.
What do you think about are your thoughts on Sage to do with, since Bind came back, those little like reworks in terms of like the little spots, the boxes on A site, like does that play into why you're not a fan of Sage on this map?
I mean, I just feel like Sage she's incredibly proactive as an agent and will provide a lot in the choke fights, but we've seen a lot of teams play around that. But I feel like I just end up griping on the agent itself. So I'm just gonna stop.
All right, we ain't here for any more of this Sage hate, guys. We're about ready to jump into game 4, map number 2. Here, of course, to bless y'all with their lovely voices once again are none other than Daxrar.
You really needed to think about one, didn't
Nice
you?
try, Jenny.
Nice try. NC, at least your duo name rules of the tank. Ray Rafchu or Rafrechu, pick your poison. But we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. Dax and Taylor are still here for you, and we are going to be moving into Bind. We could have listened to Raf complain about Sage all we want, but we know there's an incredible game upon us. And what's more important here, especially for Orangutan X, is we are going to be getting the signature jet pick of one of their newest players. Emmy's there to play the double duelist alongside that Raise of Twirly. Can Orangutan X finish off the job here, Taylor, or will Big Sight force a third map?
I mean, they only need one more win for a map that they picked, actually, to take on this series. But I just wanted to add into that, maybe Raf doesn't get revived by the Jets, or the Sage, rather. Jet revived me. Sorry, the meme just went into my mind. But anyway, pistol round it is. Emmy on the Jet, like you said.
Maybe he just needs a pocket stage in his
Yeah,
life, but
exactly.
we'll see now. As Orangutan X do want to play the entry. Emmy aggressive as per usual, but now we see her in the front line. And because of these swaps, Orangutan does put Aruma on the Brimstone. Raph was talking about it a while ago. You usually see her on the Sentinel role instead. So it's up to her to really step on up even more so as Orangutan X get this B site.
Really quick on the tailwind away, especially after throwing in the snake bite too. March, on the other hand, was just right-click to the face by Twirly, and Casper ready for the kill as well. This is going to be a 2-2 engagement here on Elbow, but it seems like Twirly will catch another, and Sky was able to take on one, but it's a 3v1 situation on this retake scenario now.
Yeah, she's picking your gun. So many to choose from. Ghost in hand now. Elbow to be the point of pivoting here for Big Sight. And in a 1v3, as you mentioned, the crossfire can be set on up, and suddenly Aruma's there to strike. Orangutan X, the beauty of a double duelist is the speed of how you take a site.
Exactly, especially they started off here on the attack anyway. They can actually push through, especially with the tailwind, especially with the satchel as well, Dax. And the double duelist composition we typically see here on Bind, it just fits perfectly for a map like this as well. But to say the least, I also like this Sage pick anyway on the defense, and it can cover a lot as well. But it seems like this round will start off in an aggressive from Big Scythe here on A.
Yeah, they're just running it down on the eco anyway. Orangutan X, we haven't seen them play this map last open, but Japipsis is ready no matter what. Japipsis gets them all. Line them up, why don't you? Easy pickings now for the Sky of Orangutan, and from this point on, that A site is looking to be tasty takings as soon as Crescent falls. Emmy though with a little tap, and well, Orangutan knows exactly where their last opponent is.
Emmy just always goes for the swing
They
here.
gave it to her.
The ace. Yeah, exactly. Going towards Japeeps. She was already telling that to Emmy anyway. And Emmy was just there to, you know what? I'm gonna land some bullets in and maybe make it easier for you. But then again, you see Japeeps here with a spray down and a quick draw, especially on that ghost, to just finish things off. quite easily. The shots doesn't connect for the side of Big Sight on those classics as well. So you just gotta expect that as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some stats up right here, right now, Taylor. Japips got 100% of the kills last round.
100%.
And 100% of her kills came from that last round. Quick maths, but -1 immediately as Japips could have been a strong contender actually with the Seekers. A nice find by Orophilia to get a big target gone. Here comes the Boombot as well. Emmy's gonna get caught on not only with the Bucky. Suppressed here. Skylee's also with a takedown towards Twirly. Big Sight's ready for this cross contact though. Skylee drops one down. And Orangutan somehow make it 3v3 as they teleport away.
Good on the trade. Not only that, good on the quick thinking here on their feet as well to hyper-rotate towards B, especially with that TP. Now March goes for the guiding light. No one really to detect or get intel from. She needs to wait for the rotations of the rest of the team as well in a 3v3 scenario. Again, this is the full buy of Big Scythe right now.
And Casper here trying to play with Emmy towards that B site. Rare to see her on Initiator instead, but let's see what she can do to Orangutan. Adjustments really on the map like this, on the comp, on the roster itself. Emmy though fighting on back, and Emmy's doing it all. 3 for Emmy, can she get the fourth? Orophilia shuts her down, and Big Sight at the brink of defeat just claw their way back on the rifle round.
Hurts a little in the side of economy, but around is still around for Big Sight, especially in that very crucial situation where it seems like Emmy was just ready to fire away and get all the kills as much as she can as well. She's definitely on fire starting off from that first game a while ago, and if you can't stop her to her toes, she's just gonna keep going for it at this point. And good again on Orophilia to shut her down. 2-1 here, Dax. Again, it hurts on that eco, but the round was theirs.
Yeah, we've seen this a bunch from Orangutan X, right? Even though that, or rather from Big Sight also, that they make sure that these bonuses are worked for, that this can be as close as can be. And as of right now, Orangutan, they have the rifles into play. Since Big Sight saw the lesser buy, they want to be ambitious. Presence and Casper trade one apiece. Yamori's there though to find the quad. Don't need a Vandal. The Bulldog's enough, and Orangutan now crippled here on their offense.
Like dominoes, they fall, as we say. Orangutan left with 2 players here. It's Emmy and Casper. To say the least, at least they have smokes to play around with. Not only that, they also have flashes, but they have to also win the engagement against Yamori here on Hookah. They managed to pick off Yamori here, at least one least player from the side of Big Scythe. 2v3 scenario, waiting patiently on the corner. That's gonna be Marsh. Just waiting until they hop out of the smoke, and Orophilia goes for the double.
Yeah, Orophilia does it again. The powerhouse really of Big Sight here on the roster like this. And when you look at the Astra Viper of Big Sight, they're going to have so many ways to control these pushes, but they don't even need it. You have firepower from Yamori, you have firepower from Orophilia. From front to back, there's always that potential from Big Sight to pop off.
Again, a good support system from the rest of the team is one of the epitome of the plays here that we're looking at. As soon as someone gets stuck in a position that they don't want to be, immediately some of the players from the respective teams come to the rescue, and it helps them a lot. This is still a 2-2 scoreline we're looking at, and Emmy back on the judge here. Ooh, she's hurt.
Oh yeah, the glass breaks, and Emmy, you want to be a bit more quiet next time? Oh, Judge though wants to play close. Now they know that showers are controlled by Orangutan X, and especially as the blades do come on out. I think my biggest concern here for Orangutan X is they haven't really been given the chance to make that plan in that last round. They have had a few of these ultimates available for quite a while already. This might be their time to use it on their A execute.
They're gauging on this utilities to actually connect. Not only that, again, they have a judge in the hands of Emmy here. Orophilia on the side. They go for the spray down, and Twirly gets it.
Twirly with a find. That's 2 Emmys there too. Orangutan X, the front line looking strong. The double duel is getting so much space to work with, and Emmy has no fear whatsoever. Perhaps a Bulldog can be a bit more effective. No, she wants to go for the close hold. Judge thinks, you know it, Terror, especially on a map like this. Crescents, flank, and oh, the Seekers. Finally, they come out from Japip. She's been working on that for quite a while. Exposed now, caught in the crossfire yet again, but Crescents finds two anyway. Back into cover with 21 HP. Japips has the heal to keep Emmy topped on up. And the best thing Crescents can do right now is find a few bars of these frags, but Emmy will deny her suddenly. Orangutan keep this lead.
Once they get lamps, you just never go back. Especially when they have a setup with a judge there, and this initial two pickups from Twirly being stuck on lamps and still managed to pull off the kills away just gave the space for the entirety of the team of Orangutan. Despite the disadvantage on the guns itself, they were able to pick up the pace and actually shut down Big Scythe on that round. Now we are down to a 3-2 scoreline, and for Big Scythe, economy-wise, not really in their favor, but utilities, not too bad, I would say.
Yeah.
You have a showstopper here, you have a Viper Spit.
Yeah, if they can use a play with the showstopper, basically, if March can set things up, and it's a big chance here for Big Side to get a few of these kills. In the meantime, though, quick execute yet again from Orangutan. Emmy still holding on to the judge. Dashes, though, towards the lamps, not fully committing. Or Ophelia actually getting the win onto both of them. Since Twirly and Emmy were separated into two distinct timelines, it's Big Side who does get the advantage so far.
Battle of the Judge, Battle of the Buckies is what we're looking at, and even Shorties, I would say. But it seems like Japeeps was able to catch Skylee's, but look at this, Crescent's already taking on to the action. Good on the double kill. What a shot.
What a bargain bin arsenal Big Side has. The Sheriff getting kills, the Bucky getting kills, 1,000 and below. It's just a clearance sale from Big Side, and they make it work. Now the free gun trying to do damage versus the rifle. Or Ophelia. Does she even decide to go for this fight alone? The rest of Big Side now trying to converge onto Japips, the only one still standing. And this is dangerous. The spike already held by Big Side. Japips has to try and get confirmation, but it's not just one, not just two, but many coming her way, and Big Side tie it up.
Quadra peak, as we call it. Have you seen a double peak, a triple swing, and the Ferrari peak?
It's a double peak that turned into a double peak, Terror. You just
a jeepney pick.
I'd like to call it a Tamaraw FX peak, if ever. The
Exactly.
whole barangay.
The whole barangay, the whole squad just peeking through here. And Big Scythe, at least they were able to get and take on the value of that round. Especially, we were talking about the guns that they had here. They were holding on to Buckies. They were holding on to Sheriffs. But really, really great value. Now that Orangutan realized that, they are onto a timeout here. A while ago, it worked out in their favor as well, not changing those judge setups coming in from Emmy. But then again, they won control over lamps. And this time, if they can't win control over lamps, you see the results towards the hands of Big Scythe.
Yeah, exactly. And this is sometimes what we are concerned about for Orangutan X. There were moments early on Lotus where they looked decent, where they looked at it wasn't going to be at the right timing. And what happened there? Ophelia able to isolate those fights. Crescents as well, finding the timing with the Sheriff. Those are the moments where we still see that Orangutan X is a work in progress, not because of their skill, they have a lot of that, but just because of the newness of the roster itself. They've been preparing for Open 2, but it's still different once you're in the tournament setup.
Definitely different, especially you are also facing off different teams as well here in this Open 2. But moving forward, here we go again for another fight here in the hands of Orangutan. Blades are already up, showstopper being placed upon. No one to really look forward to with Twirly. She might be able to hit someone if she managed to put this trigger. Perfect.
They didn't expect, actually, that Twirly was going to clear the showers. Allows that takedown to happen. 4v4 for now. Big Scythe, though, repeating that damage and playing away from the side. But Twirly now and Emmy coordinating well. Good response after the last round. 4v3 as they need to get back towards the site itself. I'm looking at the Ruma. The molly has been used. It should be flying in the air as Big Scythe are on defuse duty. But Sky Elise gets the takedowns. Now the Orbital Strike is there to try and stall for time. Twirly also just burning herself down. All left to Aruma in a 1v3. Aruma fights back though. And can she swing in time? Sky Elise solo. Crescent is the one on defuse duty. The takedown's there, but Aruma just does not have enough bullets left. It's Big Scythe who still wins it.
Crescent's just not removing the defuse, not taking her hands off whatever the key of her defuse is. But at this point, at this time, I'm really surprised the Sky was able to... Sky Elise was able to still survive that despite all the Brimstone ults. Not only that, the Molly as well being thrown. The post-plant setup for OGX, it's almost as if it's gonna work out. But yet again, this team found value despite the disadvantages. It's just really like an even fight.
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned it. Sky Lee's getting away with her life. Now then, she will fall first and foremost. And I also like the call where they had that low HP go for the contact instead, since they knew it was basically a frenzy and whatever she could pick up. Emmy though picking up that kill, or Ophelia with a trade. And this time around, big site. They've lost 2 towards that A site, and Orangutan will want to try and really get the clamp down onto Ophelia there if ever.
Look at this, though, on the minimap itself. The players for Big Side, it seems to be a lurk onto a short. One on the site itself, and that's Ophelia needing to wait for that pressure coming in from the flank. But this is Casper already planning the spike. Little cancelled though because Ophelia reacts. Twirly goes down already. This is the guiding light, connecting briefly for a moment, but Japeeps goes for a trade. Triple on Ophelia, good hold.
Yeah, absolutely. She does it yet again, getting value from her committed position.
Wow.
March though with the find. The Seeker sniffing out their former teammate, and Japips again in a 1v2 scenario. Nice rotation though to move towards that B site, but let's see what she can really do here in this scenario.
Really good option for the rotation, honestly. And right now, it seems like it's going to be a hookah take from these 2 players from Big Scythe. This can be expected by Japeeps. She knows exactly where they are coming from. She has a guiding light ready as well at this moment. Just the timing needs to be perfect. Snakebite connects, but then again, this flash just connects perfectly towards her as well. Can't see anything, and now they go for the defuse.
And not only that, the Snakebite making those bullets hurt even more so. Big side using their advantage as well. But from what we've seen so far, high impact frags coming in from Ophelia. No matter what, she has the right setup with her stars. And that really just leads everyone to go into her sightlines. We've seen her survive towards that A. We've seen her still get those frags despite the rotation. And really for Big Side, one of their biggest key to success is whatever Ophelia can do with the smokes and with her gun.
Not only that, but the timing itself, I would say. They had good timing on that round, especially coming in from the 3 remaining players for the 2 players trying to pinch in towards a short control. But then again, OGX is also fairly the same team. They can adjust quite quickly as well. That's why we're having even rounds here. Even or despite the disadvantages when it comes to the guns. Casper, really low in HP, but immediately healed up here. She has a Rolling Thunder in play as well. So,
what was she standing on? Was it the toxic screen? I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
Like she was still in the very small pixel getting decayed the whole time. I was wondering, how do you have 1 HP and 1 armor? What's
and then
going
it just
on?
suddenly goes back.
It's like, huh? Everything's back and...
But they are not.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, did time rewind or did time stop?
Did time rewind or time stop? Not quite sure, but they're waiting right now. Anyway, Dax.
Yes?
3 utilities in play. So far, the Sage pick that we have currently, it's not being used the way I expected it to be
30
used.
seconds left.
Like closing off gaps, for example, or really utilizing the walls to try and defuse the spike. But then again, you have other players that can put in, cover up.
Okay. Okay. This is a weird round. So I honestly thought Orangutan was gonna stall for time and then explode at the very last moment, but I think this is a tech issue.
Psych!
Yeah, this is.
I knew that already as soon as I saw them not moving. So I'm just telling you stories at this point.
Did your friend Japips just be like, brown
Wait,
out?
yeah. He's trying to be wait.
Technical pause. No surprise.
No surprise, ladies and gents. I mean, it's Philippines,
Are they in?
No, they're not.
Oh, exactly. Is it the Orangutan boot camp in India or something?
It's not. Yeah, they still got the Filipino buff anyway.
Yeah.
So it still works. at the end of the day.
Is that a buff or is that a curse?
Is it?
Is
Is it a curse?
Is it I think it's a curse.
Hey, speaking of curse though,
Uh-huh.
we might be looking at a map pick curse,
Ah, maybe.
right?
Maybe.
Orangutan picked this map, and so far they're trying to go after the scoreline of Big Scythe. The first map we had, Lotus, it was picked by Big Scythe, and they lost that map.
Well, they lost that round. We'll probably
Typical
gonna roll it back.
VCT.
Yeah, typical VCT. I'm just like wondering if we're probably gonna roll it back. Nothing happened anyway. There's no contact, and it was very unfortunate for Orangutan when they look to have a bit of a plan. In the meantime, though, let's talk about Big Side again before we start talking about other things. I do believe that this squad has shown that they can be one of the top teams. Like they're consistently again in the playoffs. That the big win against Sapphire last time, making it to the was it either top 4 or top 6 or whatnot in the last open. And the fact that for this roster, they did re-roster. They just only added Sky Elise because of the departure of Aruma to Orangutan X. It really proves that there's a lot of trust in this squad. They know that they can make things work. And last time also, I noticed they had the 6-man rotation where they would have Aruma sometimes, they would have someone else, and it was a little bit wonky. But there's a lot more trust right now, and you can see it. There's just a lot more reliance on each other, and they can really make it work.
Chemistry is such an important factor for the teams that we have, that to a point where you could see them really back each other up, and they're quite comfortable with that. Like you said, it comes with the trust that you can give to your teammate, and the trust that I'm low, I am gonna be the one swinging and going in for the contact. I am gonna be the one diffusing. You take on the kills. Everything just revolves around the trust, especially in a high play level setting like this. And so far, knowing that Big Scythe has that, what do you call this? Better or longer time being together compared to Orangutan X, we can definitely see that as well. But you just cannot discount the performance of star players like Oreophilia, for example, how she handled the site alone, for example. It just shows, you know?
It does. And now we're waiting for Orangutan X to come on back. Hopefully everything is fine on their side and we can continue a little bit later. So what you want to talk about? How does it feel to cast in English again?
Man, my nose is bloodening, as they call it in
Bleedening.
Tagalog.
Yeah.
Bleedening.
If you guys don't know, we came from a LAN the
Yeah.
past few days, and of course, Terror here, Miss
Even
International.
Reirachu came from the land.
Oh yeah, she was there too. She visited
Yeah,
us.
she's international. She's Miss International.
No, but look at you, speaking in 2 languages on 2 different
Right?
broadcasts.
I can even sing happy birthday in Spanish.
And no, we added, right? A while ago in rehearsal, we added the Indonesian one.
Yeah, Indonesian,
and Tash was
Malay
like,
even.
Malay, yeah. So he's like, please learn this. Okay, we'll add it. Add it to our list. Why do we have such a long happy birthday song anyway?
I know, right?
What did we do?
I mean, if it's your birthday, it's
Yeah.
just once a year. Why
Yeah.
not give it your all
So
in all languages?
Does the song need to also last that once a year for one day
Yeah.
of the year? Okay.
Why not? It's a
Okay.
special day, Dax.
Okay, we need to
Right,
make a
chat?
recording. We need to
I
make a
mean-
recording of that. We're gonna make the VCTPH Happy Birthday,
Birthday
special.
song.
And then
Exactly.
and then we're gonna also have the VCT APAC Game Changers birthday version because we're gonna have natural speakers. You know?
Exactly.
Mhm.
And we can just play it every single time someone has a birthday anyway, so not a problem at all. Hey, but I'm looking at chat, and it seems like there's a lot of fans for Emmy, lots of
course.
support coming in on the chat itself. And I'm actually really, you know what is nice actually in Game Changers is that you see the players themselves commenting on the stream and actually supporting their friends as well, who is in another team. Like a while ago, Japeeps was watching the first series that we had between SMG and PAB, and
Yeah.
she was just commenting about Alexi and whatever is happening.
So where's SMG now? Not commenting,
Well, chilling,
chilling,
eating,
eating. Is that why they took a pause?
probably.
You know, I was looking at the SMG sock med and I was like, they suddenly had a video of them dancing.
Yeah,
Is this what they
right.
did during the pause when they called for a
The
timeout?
20-minute the timeout. Exactly, the
no.
timeout.
Not that one. No, remember they called for a timeout even though they were
Yeah.
winning. Is that
And
when
then they
filmed
posted the
TikTok?
video.
It's like, huh?
Yeah,
Hello?
like the Fish Islands, right?
yes.
Yeah, exactly. See, they have the time to do TikToks. And I
We-
think Japeeps is just,
Yo.
wondering, can I also do that too right now in a technical pause, maybe?
You have the time. You had a very sentimental post about your good old partner in the Filipino side. It was so, as the Filipinos say, who got?
Who got
Translate for us. What does who got mean?
pool?
got?
Why? Is it not true? It is.
It is. You're wrong. 10 years in the making.
10 years in the making just to translate the word
like
wrongly
this game.
in this context. Just like
game.
this game. I mean, you got the Valorant Masters Tokyo poster
be
right
there?
here.
Are you gonna
11
be
to
there?
25th. Not there, but in Tokyo, I would be. I mean, the
yes, I would like some yakisoba. Thank
Tokyo
you.
squad. Exactly.
Valorant Masters Tokyo.
If you can't go there, why not just try to be there, act like it.
Bro, it's like the most fake Japanese food I've ever had. Tokyo,
Really?
Tokyo. It is
What do
so-
you
It
mean?
is
Their
so
iced tea
inauthentic.
is so sweet.
You think the Japanese make iced tea like that? They would actually just spill
don't
the
think
teapot.
so.
I don't think so. Guys, the recipe, if you're from the Philippines and you go to Tokyo, the secret recipe of that is normal iced tea mix.
And sugar.
Sugar and then Hershey's strawberry syrup. That's how
Hershey
you-
strawberry
Yeah, I'm not
syrup.
kidding. That's
Yeah,
how you
because of the
make
color
that.
is red, right?
Yep.
I see. I mean, that's why it's called the red iced tea.
Exactly.
Speaking of, can you tell us stories about your food and the other regions that we have right here? Hey, I heard you've been to Tokyo last time too, right?
When?
Or was it? Oh, that was Dax and that
that
was
was
not
not-
Dax.
I
That
don't-
was you.
I don't
no,
cast-
that was
I don't-
Black and Blue
Yeah.
and Nasarai. I'm so
I don't
sorry.
cast that battle royale. I cast the other battle royale. Okay.
I see.
Yes.
The Valorant 2.0.
The one. Yes, actually, it's more Valorant than you expect. the one with all the ultimates. But I went to Japan a long time ago, and I remember just not knowing anything. I went to this you know.
Are you
right?
just following someone?
No. It was just me alone because my family is like kind of asleep and I wanted food. So
Yeah.
you really know it's a Japanese restaurant where where everything's in Japanese. You know it's gonna be cheap. You know it's gonna be like authentic. So all I did was basically say katsudon,
Katsudon.
and that was it. And then he just looked at me. He's like, okay. And then he
Okay.
gave me a bowl. And
At
I was
least
like-
you
I-
understood each other, right?
I felt like I was one with the people there.
I haven't tried. I haven't been there, but I would like to if I had the chance, especially trying out the food. I've
Tara?
heard. I mean, Japanese food is one of my favorite anyway, and sushi for real, for fur,
Fur.
the real sushi, maybe
Like you catch them from the ocean instead
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
aquarium.
Salmon and fillet it up real quick for an
Real-
hour and
real
eat.
salmon instead of
Real
salmonella. Delicious. Oh, you know what we can relate to the teams we have right now? I remember
What?
you guys went to Indonesia. You know who's a Indonesian team? Big Side.
Ooh.
Big Side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's where I got hospitalized because it was too spicy. Thumbs up. If
Oh,
only you can
yeah.
see. Yeah.
That was the
That was
most random
crazy.
thing. Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
that was the most random thing too. I was just working for 6 straight days and I was like, man, my tummy is giving up and I haven't even tried all the sauces, It's just on the side even and you just try to put a little and it just still ends up very, very spicy. But other people enjoy that. I respect that. I just can't.
yeah, it just means you have to go to Indonesia again. Simple.
Oh?
Prod? Maybe Prod? Huh? Our
Maybe
good friends.
our good friend John also will bring us to Singapore.
Oh, maybe.
I heard the mashed potato there is good.
The instant one? Is
The
that what
instant
you
one?
thought?
Yeah.
Of all the things, the instant
Of all the
mashed
things.
potato.
Dax.
Oh.
I basically bought $20 worth of that and finished it off in 2 days.
I saw your shipment of it. It
and
was
I am willing to go back to Singapore just to buy it. And then
okay. Maybe you
just
could
bounce back.
You should have told Jenny. Maybe she would have. Bought
Alexi
you some.
commenting, can you tell me story, stay roar? Do you want me to tell the story about how you message me?
Ooh.
Just kidding, Alexi.
Spice. Yo, we're doing our job if we're talking about the players there. Don't forget. So maybe you want to tell the story.
I mean, Japeeps, I've known for quite a long time already. Because remember, we had VCT, the very, very, very first year of VCT. We had a show match where we also had KOLs or influencers play. And we have a friend who's an influencer. Apparently, he's Japeeps, you know? She was playing that time. And I remember vividly, she also knifed someone on that game.
Yo.
That was the first year of VCT, PH, remember?
Yeah. That's a long time ago.
That's such a long time ago, and she was already starting it off. Maybe she even taught Jessie Vash.
Maybe
who knows?
She is the real Ton the Gamer.
Maybe she
from
is.
from what Las Piñas Maranaki? I forgot already.
Welcome to our podcast, guys.
Yes.
Just come in. How do you feel about the match? Ray Rachu even said, like, please come to Singapore again, Taylor.
should.
Why not you come to Philippines again, Jenny?
Yeah, just come back. You know,
Exactly.
she was about to not go on her plane when we
Oh,
told
really?
her. Right? We were in our group chat for Game Changers.
Yeah.
and
she
we
was
were
almost adopted at that at
yes,
some point.
We were like, you can take Raf's room instead. You can cast there. You can stay
Yeah.
here all you want.
The offer is on the table, Jenny. You gotta. The offer is on the table, but the catch is we have to swap passports.
I would
But,
like that.
We miss you, Jenny. Just saying, but I guess
Yo.
we are here anyway.
We gave her the classic Filipino experience. What do you mean? We
Exactly.
ended up in Denny's at the
The-
very end.
I thought you were gonna say Filipino food,
No!
etc., etc., and you say you
Denny's.
end up at Denny's.
Denny's is the most Filipino thing you can talk about. Come on. 4 a.m. Denny's? That's a yes.
Long days is what we have. Like we said, guys, we're just following the timing of the main broadcast.
That's true.
We
What
don't
time-
want them to feel left alone.
No.
So we're here with
We-
them.
camaraderie. That's why we are FSL 2.
That's why we are FSL 2.
We follow FSL 1.
There's FSL 1. We are FSL 2. We
FSL 2.
follow 1.
Yes, exactly. And I know right now, I think we have our wonderful host, Mika, and our biggest
Other
brain
side.
of all, Zach, talking about
Yeah.
things right now. So, oh, they're gonna go into Split. I think that's their next map. So I'm just watching that right now.
Who's
Who's winning?
Yeah, who's winning?
That's a good question. Let me check the other side. Oh, Sapphire's winning. So they're
Sapphire's
about to
winning.
start map 2. We have boss during map 2. We are so friendly. We're so nice to them.
Yeah, we put in the pauses so people and the teams can actually internalize whatever the plan they want to do. It's a long plan, as you can see. We're just waiting on it anyway. And Dax, I can see a lot of support coming in here from our Twitch chat going towards OG.
Wait. They're
Whoa.
moving.
They're moving?
They're moving.
Why?
They're moving.
I still want my podcast to continue.
Don't worry, we have time because we have to roll back the round anyway.
I see.
There you go.
Yeah, I think it might be a 5-3, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
it should be. So because nothing really happened. So back to us. I'm gonna clap.
'Cause you
3,
miss us?
2, 1. Boom! We're back.
Because someone is asking on the chat, like, I wouldn't mind seeing the casters where here we are back on your screens right now. We're just waiting for the rollback anyway. You saw what happened, but it's Big Scythe versus obviously Orangutan X. So far, we're just waiting, and cute wingman behind you, by the way, Dax.
Yeah, I asked you a while ago where yours was, but you apparently gave it
No.
away already.
No, I didn't. It's just downstairs. Because
Give it-
I was scared that Reirachu will actually steal it away from me when she was here in the Philippines. Because apparently she didn't get one.
Oh, not the Filipino talent.
That sucks.
That sucks. Oh, what?
Not a Filipino talent.
Am I shaming you for not being Filipino. Honestly, it's more of a curse than being a blessing. But guys, we're done with our podcast. I know you had to wait on us with us, and we're thankful for you all sticking on around. But Orangutan X looks like they're back and better than ever. Big Sight still with a 5 scoreline. We rolled it back, and we go again as Orangutan look to play for that A.
Wall up immediately, and even on the guiding light itself to take on the info. But Emmy, as the initial pickoff closes off, that's gonna be a 5v4, quick on their toes. Again, OGX, it seems like it's just a half buy here. Rolling Thunder has been used up to actually make an entry happen.
Yeah, we've been waiting for the Rolling Thunder to come. Or you're feeling dazed there, but Casper can't plant because of a stellar paint shield tossed out by Yamori. Backside, though, still controlled here by Big Sight, especially the tower. The smokes are there, and finally, OGX, they try to get more space. Up above, Yamori realizes it's twirly down below her. Crescent's on the board as well, and from this point on, it's Big Sight and Orangutan trading blows. Emmy, though, want to watch out for Crescent, shutting her down. All left now to Japips, wants to play it close with the Spectre, but that snake fight is perfect. The flash is there, and Crescent turns around with the anti-flash and still gets the takedown anyway. Big Sight just go back to that 6-3 scoreline.
Crescent has been performing really, really good for the past rounds we're looking at. Really quick on the reflex as well, especially on that flash coming in. She was able to turn around quick on her toes. Not only that, but able to take on the kill, especially after throwing in that snake bite. Really big factor when it comes to the timing, like Raph was talking about a while ago. On those snake bites, the vulnerability, especially towards lamps, really essential for teams.
Yeah, and some strong prediction here from Crescent, realizing where she can really come from. We've seen a lot of value come from Viper's both maps so far. And as Crescent now wants to play a bit aggressive, they use that guiding light to open up the teleporter doorway. So it might just be a big surprise towards Orangutan later on.
Trying some cheeky plays here coming in from Big Scythe. But you have to be really careful because you can get stuck in this kind of positioning as well and not be able to utilize it much unless you have a good cross that we're looking at. But it seems like on B side, no one's really holding on to Hookah here. And for OGX, they're just looking for a pickoff up until now. Trailblazer has been set out, but not too deep on the site, I would say. Only through a main.
Yeah, they're a bit wary of Big Sight and their initial setup especially. Wouldn't be surprised if Orangutan checks out this doorway later on. Boombot now towards the Hookah itself, and OGX. This is gonna be a very perilous spot if ever. Crescent opens the door and Casper shut down before she can even set anything up. This slows down the pace of Orangutan. They need to use both Emmy and Twirly just to make their way towards the site.
I do like the movements here coming in from Crescent, especially crossing that wall after the kill. And now OGX still doesn't know where exactly she would be, but Emmy just really, really good on the reaction time here. Gets the kill, makes it a 4v4. Sky Elise, though, she might be seeing someone. Twirly, on the other hand, only good for one.
What an angle taken by Twirly! Aggressive as can be! 3v2, though Aruma still has the molly, and here we go now with the Cosmic Divide. Wants to go for a bit of silence. Emmy does find Yamori. Someone needs to push, though, Oreophilia with the tap, and the flames are out! But Japips will fall. Emmy still on the opposite end, though, and Big Sight has run out of time. An effort from Oreophilia, but OGX, they just keep wrapping around both Hookah and Long to just find the duels anyway.
They used up the Cosmic Divide here as well to try and mitigate the positioning and try to take cover behind that wall. But in the end, it was a 3v1, especially Sky Elise was also caught off guard as soon as she swinged out. Not only that, but the molly didn't help at all in the positioning of Oreophilia here. 6-4 is going to be the score. And OGX, they're still looking for that 2 rounds to make it even. And Big Sight, on the other hand, a res available in the hands of Sky Elise. Brand new round.
Yeah, trade's gonna be very important here for Big Sight. They can use that to get advantage, and Emmy now starting off with quite the height. Enough chance to find a bit of an angle. Here comes both Emmy and Twirly to try and get these takedowns, but Oreophilia shutting them both down. Damage done, though, by Emmy. Makes it a 3v3. This point on, Aruma with a plant actually just fakes it for now. OGX, they want to bait someone out from pushing forward. But as of here, Big Sight just holding down and waiting for reinforcements.
Guiding Light only catches one really, as Peeps is still holding down this close counter. Ophelia though, she's quite aware. They go for the engagement. She wins that engagement. Fault line has been set. And now Ophelia with a 4. She wants to go and get that ace. Casper from behind. The rotation's coming in. The flank! But it just doesn't work out. March just going for that half defuse, leaving it behind and taking on the kill for the team.
Oh, nice try there from Casper. Could have worked out, but March survives long enough. We go back to this though at the very start. Orangutan X. It's stellar coordination now we're seeing at the entry. We're getting a lot of sync from both the Raze and the Jet together. But Ophelia has utilized these boxes again and again to perfection. Just shutting down both Emmy and Twirly. Still getting more value by getting another kill. And we've seen it so many times because of Ophelia's anchor plays. It's enough for Big Sight to get the advantage in the post plant.
She has global control. She's an Astra. She can set some stars. She can set the gravity well and even a concuss whenever she wants to. And it helps her a lot. Not only that, they have a double control anyway. Look at this, Emmy trying to push forward. They know that she's a little close, but the Seekers getting sucked in.
They're just trapped there, and they're just making a salad out of those lettuces, those cabbages even. Trailblazer though, getting intel. In the meantime, Orangutan just making a lot of noise towards B, but Big Sight hasn't fallen for it as of yet. Here it's Terror or Ophelia yet again, ready to just twist the spines of the opposition. Casper though, a good clear towards Crescents. Or Ophelia now using the lamps to herald everyone back. Clear for the Big Sight side. And with that pickoff, it's now 4v4.
Rotations coming in as well. The lurk from Emmy. They're waiting patiently as well from CT side. Eruma and Twirly though coming in from A main. They have to win the engagement against Yamori. Only with a Spectre here, but still managing to do well. The rest is up. Already not halfway defuse the spike. Emmy from CT tries to get on the 2 kills here. 1v2 situation. They still have a Molly here, but Crescents is already defusing the spike. Halfway there, she managed to take on the kill. Is it enough time to defuse? Oh no!
It's not so close there for Big Sight for Orangutan with a flank from Emmy and the split decision for Aruma to swing rather than just go for the molly. It got very testy in the end, very close, but it's still Orangutans to take. These post-plant scenarios though, you can feel the pressure on Orangutan that sure they get that initial clear. Big Sight is still all around, but Ophelia is still alive, and there's always a chance for Big Sight to try and get that round. In that case though, Orangutan wins it through sheer force of will, just a sheer bit of stall. And with a 7-5 half now at the very end of this one, we can throw it over to the panel to at least break down what went on there.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. After that 2-0 start, going over to Orangutan, Japeeps with that round 2 ace. I mean, I thought OGT had this in the bag, Raf. Come on.
I mean,
you can't keep
it's okay.
flexing, Wingman.
Look, the thingy fell off. But again, let's just try to make this a little concise. To be honest, I feel like the biggest problem in Orangutan's attacking side is that yes, they have an idea of what to do. They know what step 1 and 5 are, but 2, 3, 4 seem a little missing. It seems like they're having quite a bit of issues shifting the defense away from what they want to hit because they're not establishing lurk threats. They're not trying to divvy up the map with utility. They just really want to save everything for a fight. And while that does work on the defensive end, when they push, it's just not optimal to kind of run into 5 players and get gunned down. But as you mentioned, we did see some star player moves from both teams here. Japips with a beautiful second round ace. And I believe it was Ophelia on that Astra doing quite a bit of damage too.
Yep, and Big Scythe also really quickly. I mean, they seem to be adjusting super well to the OGT playstyle.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that Big Scythe had issues with before. When the enemy team would lead the dance, they just couldn't follow and get their momentum. But it seems that they have gotten past that and broken rather beyond that wall.
All right, well, 7-5. It's still pretty much anyone's game. We'll see which team comes out on the top. Taylor and Dax, back over to you.
7-5, Dax. That's not too bad for a first half that we have right here, especially when we saw that it seems like OGX was losing control over those stakes. But again, they had that double duelist setup. They managed to pull off those kills as well. And with these two teams, you just don't know.
You just don't know, indeed.
You just don't know.
It's so close between both Orangutan and Big Sight, and what could have been a 6-6 became a 7-5 instead. Big Sight, though, I like the fact that they have the lead right now. This gives them a little bit of a buffer compared to what happened last time around, where Orangutan X truly recovered in the second half. Concerning, though, here for the defense now. You're running that double duelist, you have no sentinels, your real staying power relies much on Casper. So if Big Sight can get a big clear on early, it's their chance to just keep the post plant in check.
Speaking of early clear, they were able to take control over lamps already. And the smokes of the Viper has been set up. But look at this, Oreophilia! Just the trickle discipline, someone might pass by again, but then again, that's Emmy caught in the lurk.
Yeah, and not only that, very quick plant here from Big Sight. Barely an effort from Orangutan X to contest that. As Big Sight now covering the market too. March sees Twirly coming. Beautiful takedown from him. But Japeeps, it's a stellar takedown from her. 3v3 now as Japeeps wants to go for the contest. Also, Casper with the tap, trying to force a bit of that early contact. Oreophilia though with the find. And on top, Sky Elise is found instead. 2v2 as Skim Beacon is there. Casper already running towards the spike. Yet again, trying to bait anyone out. But Oreophilia does not fall until Aruma will say so. 1v1. March is timing things right. Swing comes, Aruma gets the kill, but a bit of a taste of her own medicine. Big Sight instead with a pistol.
A little too late, I would say, when it comes to the defuse of the spike, but yet again, Oreophilia just holding down the anticipation coming in from Big Sight, from those lurks that we saw, especially here in this pistol round. You can definitely see that they've studied, they are prepared, and how they want to take this, and they know how the movements of the team would be and what their habits would be for the rounds that we're looking at, and that just gave them the advantage. They just waited and the kills just went into their pocket quickly.
Yeah, Big Sight here. A chance now to start running away with it from this point on. Anti-eco play, especially coming in from the showers. Since you have that Sage, you can just go for the wall for the fortification, and Crescent Sky Elise making it even easier. We've seen from Big Sight that they're willing to hold that wall off for later on if ever. Plant goes down. Orangutan trying to scramble to just find a few pickoffs here.
Sky Elise goes for the self-heal here, the self-love, just to get back those HP loss that we are looking at. It's still a 5v3 like you said, Dax. Someone from behind here, Sky. Quite aware, I would say, but Crescent's already going in for those kills that we are looking at. Aruma is the last player remaining stuck on lamps, and this Painchels will take her away. Flawless round for Big Sight.
Big Sight looking very convincing so far, but this is where it changes. Bonus round for them, Orangutan. We've seen many a time that they can make these rounds very costly, and honestly, Big Sight. They have the firepower to fight back. The Bulldogs are there. The Spectres are there. They have the momentum right now from effectively what we've seen. And Oreophilia still 20 takedowns. An absolute menace on the Astra.
I mean, you can also factor in as well the technical pause that we had that can attribute to that as well. But 9-5, again, a full buy round here coming in from Orangutan. A brand new round to make a retake or engagement win happen. But it seems like Big, from going so fast, now they want to go for contact play.
Oh, Emmy flies high and she will fall down just pretty much at the same time. Yamori with the find early on. Aruma tries to go for the Bremen lineup just to stall for it, and that's a good job to dissuade it for now. Still, Big Sight there on the opposite side of the wall. The box now getting wall bang effectively. Sky Elise with the find on Casper too. And Big Sight finding some great picks along the way. Damage has been immensely done. Aruma though does get Sky Elise in response. We see here from Orangutan, they're trying to just go for the contest, but it's still Big Sight in these closer quarters, looking for the angles.
This wall from the Viper just allows them to reposition quite quickly, but look at this. OGX quick on the trades as well. Aruma going in for the defuse as well already, but that's gonna be Twirly for the kill. And again, they didn't even notice Twirly because she didn't really shoot because she was blinded at that point.
Yeah, Twirly just got in there, and from that point on, Orangutan X make their rifle round work. It was a decent bonus though from Big Side. They got that spike plant. They also got a few kills along the way. And maybe if they were able to keep a few more members on the site itself instead of backing on away towards Cubby, they might have found even more so there in terms of value. Despite that though, Big Side is in a good spot still. Rifles are out as they go for another one.
Not only that, we also can look at the post-plan situations here. Not much on the molly or not much on the lineups like we are expecting because they have that Brimstone and Viper setup. But aggressiveness works out in the favor of OGX as Emmy shuts down another.
Yeah. Emmy with the find. Yamori falls first and foremost. This is good here for OGX. Removing Yamori from the equation. It means Big Site will have a slower pace moving into the site. And I do wonder what the plan is here for Big Site. They're one away from the resurrection. That body of Yamori is actually still retrievable if ever. And you can see that Emmy's keeping an eye on the teleporter already, expecting that orb to be taken. Big Site rotating now to try and bring their member back to life. But this is some patience from Aruma. They're trying to check things out. March covering the rear. Japips though with the trade in the end. It's 4v4 as Big Side expend the res.
Big Scythe, quick on her toes, really aware that someone might be still lurking. But Casper, off-angle positioning here. She can still go back. She still has flashes to play. Emmy, on the other hand, again from the flank. She was trying to get one kill out of the way, but then she managed to see 3 people.
Too many targets and Big Sight now moving back to B. The Seekers trying to go for the chase. Pip so low already, and this is just perfect for Big Sight. They get the plant going. Orangutan will struggle to get out of CT, especially Casper now in a 1v4. Mori will find her anyway from the elbow, and it just all connects for Big Sight here.
They just pop out like mushroom here and there. Someone just randomly goes to a short. That's gonna be Emmy from flank, and then the good part here is for Big Scythe, they are hyper aware that OGX really likes lurking around them, and they're really watching over those flanks, especially even if they had the rest a while ago from Sky Elise. They know that someone might be waiting for that rest.
Yeah, they use that to their advantage. If they expect that lurk, they feel like there are lesser numbers onto the site, and that's why they commit. This time around, though, this is so dangerous for OGX. Big site with the big punish. Beauty of the slow orb there from Sky. At least even Raph will have to smile after that one. It's just such a great catch here from Big Site, and they want to go for more now with a Trailblazer.
Not sure about that as he says no, but March still has the Seekers here available if they want to use that as well. No spike planted yet. This calls for the rotation. A quick TP and might be an A take as the rotations of OGX is also in play. It can still be a fake here, Dax. We still have a minute on the clock.
They teleported just to go back.
CT side, you know?
They wanted to go for one more lap before going home, basically. And now, Big
Spartans.
Spartan training. Those marathon men. How many kilometers can you run, Sarah? Because these guys are running further and further across.
Only 500 meters, Dax. Casper, but she goes down as well. Big Scythe. Now planning the spike here. 5v2 setup. Again, OGX. They're a little bit in a tight spot where it's a rotation, then it's not.
Yeah, and then trying to go for the retake, right? They walk into the sight lines of Big Sight. Easy pickings yet again. Orangutan X being toyed with by Big Sight. And the continuous momentum of Big Sight just goes on and on and on. An 11-6 scoreline. Effectively, it's been only a single round so far. Orangutan has gotten this half.
It's just been it has been a spray down here on B long we've seen from Sky Elise, especially with that slow orb coming in, where they tried to take on the orb. Yes, orb control is there, but then again, one of your players is pushing in on long. You have pistols. Once the team of Big Size, specifically Sky Elise, goes for a swing, you just expect it's gonna be a spray down and it's gonna hurt so bad. And that's exactly what happened. 11-6 right now. Big Scythe, they have all the utilities you can think of that they can use for a really good take as well. So OGX goes for a timeout to say the least. At least a big investment on the operator, Dax.
Yep, they're gonna go for pretty much a Hail Mary play with that op. They lose this, they're not gonna have the economy to fight anymore. And it does feel like for Orangutan X, a lot of their strategies here on Bind relies on the contact made here by Emmy and Twirly. Big Sight has taken notice of that. They're keeping tabs of how many members are running around the map. And we've seen them not just circumvent, but also outsprint OGX on the rotations. They found these moments that they find the small opening, those lulls in between these shifts from Orangutan that gives them the edge moving into sight. And then coming into post plant, right? Orangutan is the one funneled into just to die.
Exactly what you said, Dax. And look at this value on that operator immediately after that start of the round. I think Big Scythe, they didn't expect there will be an op in play right now. Crescent's getting caught off guard like that. Gives a little bit of space for OGX to try and stop that momentum and to try to stop that quick trades and quick takes on the site.
Yeah, not only that, it gives hope to Orangutan that they can actually force Big Sight to go the way that they want. Twirly, though, finding contact, gets away from the gravity well with her life. But this time around, Orangutan, they want to reinforce this B site. They do leave the operator towards Heaven instead just to get the catch onto the cross. But Yamori has a different plan here. Big Sight now wanting to go for the push towards B. Stop though by the smokes, by the aftershock as well.
I've got your
Release
trail.
Big Sight. They're looking for timing. They have to commence with a lot of antics. Yamori, showstopper, finds Twirly sticking around on the objective. And this is Big Sight's sight now to take.
Turley knew that she needed to run or else she would die, but then she still didn't manage to pull it off. Didn't really get to CT beforehand. Now on a post-plant setup, OGX stuck in a position in a hard place where are we gonna save this operator? Are we gonna fight it off? But if they would, they have to get the initial pick off. 3v3 situation as OGX Peeps gets one. This might be the retake happening right now as Emmy shuts down one as well, and now OGX clean as they can be for this retake. Not expecting that at all.
A solid split up by Orangutan X. The fact that they still had that elbow pressure kept a few eyes away from the CT side instead. And we usually watch from Big Side. Everyone's just looking there from that doorway. Everyone's just waiting to shoot them down. But just because of Casper's efforts plus the opening made by Japips, it allows them to actually move as a unit, converge towards the side, and just pick apart Big Side. Actually, they didn't even pick them apart. They just mowed them down in one fell swoop. That's what Orangutan X can do given the chance.
The wall of the Sage even helped out Orangutan in the end. The angle that they needed to hold right there was just through one panel of the wall that was broken down. So, to say the least, they were able to hide behind it more than they can. But Yamori already getting it clear here on Lamps. They go even for that Viper Spit as well. Casper to move away. They have a Rolling Thunder here if they want to push away the players of Big Scythe. But no one is planning yet. And now with the tap of the spike, we might see utilities coming in, flying across the map.
Yeah, Emmy has to go for the long rotation, so Orangutan, if they want their full roster, they're gonna have to wait on her to get back in position. Still, you mentioned Casper has the Rolling Thunder, lets it loose, and they want to come in from the Lamps itself. Crescent though, still with the find on Japips. The flash connects at the same time. Crescent still on the inside. Shorty versus Shorty, but Crescent is a bit longer than that. Casper with a takedown, sure. Casper with another one. It's all up to her yet again, but can she stand tall against all the members of Big Side? The Shorty still applying pressure. Casper now stuck in the corner thanks to the slow orbs, and Yamori will just decide to end it there. Big Sight are on map points.
So much utilities to play around with, and it makes you just get stuck in one possession. Lamps is just a no-go zone at this point after that Viper Spit, and they know that it's gonna be a Shorty facing them off once they go in and try take control. But yet again, they weren't able to do that, and to say the least, on the last kill we just looked, it was just all about the timing as well. 12-7, match point indeed for Big Scythe. Again, Dax, might be the map pick curse we're looking at, and we might be going to game 3 here.
Yeah, what's yours is mine. How bullying starts in the household. But Orangutan X, You can sense sometimes there's a bit of discomfort if it's not the double duelist popping off. Case in point, Aruma just found there in an awkward manner. Casper now with the aftershock wants to swing past her own utility. And Yamori trying to expect it, but Casper quicker on the trigger figure. A flash now to get the hell out. 4v4 at least. Orangutan trying to keep Big Sight at bay.
Emmy still has the Blade Storms up and available, holding down B site in case there would be rotations coming in from Big Scythe. It's still a decision in making right now. If they can clear lamps, this can be Big Scythe yet again trying to take A. But it's still not yet sure, as OGX, they're not really showing themselves. They're really waiting patiently as well for the plant.
Yes, they want to make sure that they're just not getting tricked yet again on the cross. Showstoppers there, and Casper the fight of Sky Elise. This is huge here for Orangutan because the spike has been left behind. They wanted to go for the teleport. Twirly want to push the issue as well, and the Seekers are looking for a target. Snake bites into play, but Crescent's not ready with the gun out. Oreophilia retrieves it though, and look who's waiting on the other side. It's Emmy with the blades, but they're dulled by Oreophilia. 2v3, and Big Sight get away with their lives and the plants.
Blades not connecting, meaning plant will be. And that's exactly what Oreophilia is doing right now. Casper waiting for the sky. They know this, might be able to see that overhealing as well, but this concuss doesn't connect to anyone. It's already a post plan set upon by Big Scythe here. They go for a flash, it connects. Turley goes down, but good on the trade. It's gonna be Japeeps. It's gonna be the double swing, but Oreophilia, look at this. She still managed to pull it off and win the round with a 4K. Big Scythe to take it to game 3.
You just gotta love what you see from Oreophilia all throughout this game. She has been high impact, and Big Sight come up in a big way to get this victory. They tie up the series 1-1. They punish the mistakes there of Orangutan X, and most importantly, they shut down the dynamic double duelist as much as they can. This was such a big statement here by Big Sight, but truth be told here, Taylor, we expect them to do big things here in the playoffs.
Exactly. You've seen time and time again rotations being cut off. This is already expected by Big Scythe, and that expectations having been set here in this game as well help them a lot, especially in maximizing those angles they want to take. And you've seen time and time again how Orangutan, for example, from time to time they get caught off guard on those pistols because they try to lurk and not check on the corners, and Oreophilia just waiting patiently on the corner, getting the kill. And those rounds were very critical for them. But yet again, Big Side, just big brain plays, and it worked out in their favor. Now we're heading to map 3.
Yeah, you can see the alter ego pedigree helping her out there in the pinch. But honestly, this was such a big effort from Big Sight as a whole. We've seen from Yamori make a lot of space, find that contact, be willing to fight against Emmy as well as the Rays, especially from Twirly. And not only that, Crescent's also stepping up when she needs to the most. We've seen how the Viper can be such a suffocating controller to deal with. You add on to the Astra, and from that point on, Big Sight are just implying a lot of pressure around the map. They don't even need to get the big gravity well catch. It's just them putting their presence and putting their utility in the right places.
Lamps control was really a huge role here in this map, and it seems like whoever gets map, or rather Lamps control, can win the rounds that we were looking at, especially those Viper pits that we saw, even on the shotgun plays as well coming in from the teams. But then again, it's a map won by Big Scythe, and we were expecting that this is going to be a tight matchup we're looking at. We're heading to map 3 later on, but let's head into the panel to break down what happened on map number 2, which is Bind. Ray, Ref, Chu, take it away.
Thank you, Dax Liza. I'm loving the big jokes. Big Scythe finally on the scoreboard for the first time against Orangutan, coming out on top on their map pick. Orangutan only picking up those 2 rounds in that second half. Raf, what did Big do right this time around? Break it down for me.
Honestly, many things, and I'm just gonna go off character here and really praise the Sage pick. I feel like on the side of Orangutan, they just really did not do enough to make them burn utility and punish them for it. Again, what we've seen is that straight up gunfights without the hindrance of all that extra stuff in the way. Orangutan could really get those clean retakes or just push into a site in the first half. But again, just with how oppressive and suffocating everything was on the side of Big Scythe, in tandem with Oreophilia's explosion of a performance, just gave OGX a run for their money. And I gotta say, this is where they kind of have to reconsider how they approach the maps, because as Taylor mentioned also, there was just so much value in controlling lamps, but OGX just did not take the steps to once again divvy up the map into more controllable portion sizes.
Yeah, and just looking at the scoreboard after that game, Oreophilia, this girl put in so much work on that map number 2, and it shows in her ACS. I mean, Astra getting 3 first kills as well, rounding that out with that 24 and a 12 KDA. But I mean, OGX, they did look a little bit lost after the switch, but I mean, that first half was still 7 and 5. In terms of a round score. So, you know, a bunch of the members still pulling their weight and doing pretty decently. Emmy, of course, highlight with that 19-15 on that jet. We'll take a look at some of the highlights from map 2.
Yep, and
Oh,
this
is this
is
your
where
ace? This has got to be your ace,
Yep.
right? The round 2 one.
It is. This was a lovely ace. Again, everybody had the right idea to just kind of collapse on her. But, well, Japips just does Japips things. Unfortunately for the rest of the map, Big Scythe have just shown once again that they've grown so much, especially relative to Open 1.
Yeah, and we'll talk a bit more about that later. I know during the break, right? We were talking about how Big just made those big improvements since Open 1, looking much better, much crisper, and just playing as a team a lot better in their showing on day 1 of that Open 2. But I mean, both these squads just absolutely crisp shooting. That was a clutch. I think the casters were going a bit crazy for it. Weren't sure which way that one was going to go at the end.
That's true. And once again, these retakes were such a big highlight for OGX as long as they didn't lose members early. But as we mentioned, Oreophilia, man, so good. Just really showing why she is one of the core members of that Big Scythe squad.
Yep, and bagging that MVP, of course, none other than Oreophilia on that Astra. And I had to say, man, you know, just justice for Astra players. It's not often that you get to see people pick up the Astra and then pick up the MVP in their map as well. So definitely well played and well deserved. 22%
Well-deserved
headshot
indeed.
percentage, come on. 15% first blood on the Astra, come on. 50% clutch, wait, hold up, that's not right.
It is right. I mean, we saw it, right? Put her against 1v4, 1v5, she'll do it.
Yep.
Oreophilia, again, she had a lot of rocky performances in the previous Open, but again, we just love talking about the evolution and all the stepping up that every single player has been doing. And it's been just a delight to see. Even Wingman agrees. And he's just kind of chilling over there. But again, going back into our map 3, I think this is Fracture. I think this is where I'm going to be a little more, rather be a little bit more worried for OGX, because once again, their attack has just been haymaker upon haymaker. They're not threading it with the jabs, with the hooks, with the mix-ups. It's all just been one tempo.
Well, we will see how OGX perform on a Fracture in that very last map 3. Guys, we're going to find out if Big Scythe can make big history and upset OGX for the first time in their age-old rivalry right after this break. Hi guys, and welcome back to the final map of day number 1 of the VCT Pacific Game Changers Open 2. One team will move on in the upper bracket. The other team will get dropped down to the LB, where they'll have to fight for survival in an elimination matchup. Which team will that be? Is it going to be Big Scythe or will it be Orangutan X? Raf, you've got some concerns, about the way that OGX might be on Fracture. Tell us more.
Well, we know Fracture as a very set play oriented map and a very deliberate map, especially when it comes to really both ends, because there's a lot of rotational avenues. There's a lot of quote unquote poison with the timings and the lurks and such. And not every play in Fracture has to be a big heavy hit. It doesn't have to be a haymaker. And I feel like that's what OGX has been doing. It's all been these really, really big swings. It's all been these super committed attacks that, once again, they're just really not parsing the defense well enough for them to warrant continuing that. But again, this is an adjustment that we've seen them make in the past, and I'm pretty certain that they'll do it again. Big Scythe, though, they are coming alive. They are doing so well for themselves, and Oreophilia and literally everyone else on that squad has been enabled.
Yeah, and I love that you brought up that adjustment. I want to quickly talk about, adjustments, momentum when we're looking at a best of 3 series, because Orangutan, they won that first map 1, and we thought like, oh, they're coming out of the gate strong. They got this in the bag. But then Big Scythe, as the series progressed, just seemed to have Orangutan's number. They seem to be able to figure out, oh, they know where Orangutan is going to be. They know how they play by now. So coming into this last map, we were excited before the series started that it was going to be on Fracture, because we thought, oh, Orangutan, this is going to be their playstyle, right? This is how they're going to pick, this is how they're going to play. But then now, at this point, right before map 3, where we're like, do they have the best type of attack plan? We're a bit hesitant. How do you think this will go? Do you see things swinging more in terms of Big Scythe?
I know I predicted OGX at the start just because of history, and I thought it would be a shutout 2-0, especially after that first map. But we look at Fracture and we look at, let's put the microscope onto Japips, right? Japips is an amazing Sova. Sova, not really a common pick on Fracture. In fact, a bit of a questionable one. We've seen some teams make it work, but again, it's just so incredibly high responsibility, high execution that it can become unreliable at top levels of play. So we might see the Fade come out if they want to go for something more reliable on the safe info confirm, and if they can brawl better, which I feel like would really fit their MO. OGX, when they attack, they just really want to fight it out, and with Fade on the board, I think that would assist them greatly. But are they going to go for the double duelist? Are we going to see the Neon? Find out, I guess, in a bit, but I'm hoping to see quite a bit of that.
I would love to see the Neon. The thing, though, is that I think Neon
Insta-locker.
Especially... Come on. Hey, we met the dude. We met the Riot
That's
who
true.
designed Neon. I mean, that was like a few days ago. That was a dream come true, man. And we brought him to Denny's. I mean, come on. That still, to me, sounds like a fever dream that entire weekend happened. But, Neon, the thing is, she's kind of, I feel like, one of the duelists who maybe are a bit less independent than some of the other duelists, because as a Neon, you kind of really gotta rely on the rest of your team to know what you want to do, right? Because you press W, sometimes you W a bit too fast, and literally your team cannot follow up because you're going too quick. And then if you have a team who doesn't quite play on the same page, and then you pick Neon, I feel like that just makes those cracks show up even deeper. What do you think?
Well, I also made Neon for a good minute, but there are some points that I agree with, that she's incredibly high execution, but a great comparison from one of my, again, closer friends and the Capital coach, Philip, is that if you look at Jet and Neon, they're essentially the same agent. It's really just the application. You have a space taker with a dash with your, basically when you sprint as Neon, you have an ultimate that's meant to replace your primary, but what Neon does is sustain pressure. She doesn't have to commit to the big jump. She doesn't have to commit to the missed knife. And her ult recharges anyway when you get the pick. So once that type of application comes into play, the staggered pressure that she can create is just so dangerous. Plus, the relay bolt that concusses all the players will give you ample pressure. But here's the thing, it's just super difficult to do. You mentioned it's high execution, reliant on the rest of your team, and maybe that type of margin for error is maybe not welcome around these parts. You know what I mean? Because this is super high stakes after all. Everybody's competing for tournament life. Nobody wants to be on lower bracket, especially on day one, because you're going to be going into day two with that much more weight on your shoulders.
Yeah, lower bracket, not just the fact that you have that pressure of every single game from here on out is elimination, but also just the fact that you have to play every single day. And that's just so many games, so many series. You have pressure, you have mental fatigue, and then
Oh, yeah.
you're tired because of the sheer number of hours you're putting in. Of course, if you keep winning over at the top, there's like, I think day 4 or something where you can pretty much take the entire day to, like, you know, go take a chill pill and rest, stuff like that. But I mean, Neon, as you're saying, it's going to be high execution. We're not sure if it will be picked. What do you think would be some good picks or a good composition for both these teams, given what we've seen from them in map at 1 and 2? I don't think we're fans of that double duelist for OGX now, are we?
It's okay. I just feel like they really had to, once again, divide where they wanted to fight just so they can have a cleaner entry. But yeah, maybe specifically with Emmy, I thought Emmy did so well on the controller role. I thought she was just so natural on it, and it just made it look like that was the role she's destined to play. And Mochi, no. Wait, my dog is here again. She's trying to ask for some attention. I'm gonna give her a little bit of
Show
love.
dog.
Show dog.
Give her attention. Give her all the attention. Come on.
There you go. Hello. Say hi. She's looking fresh. You know.
This is my favorite part of being on desk with you. At least like once an open, like one of your pets is gonna make an appearance. I remember Manju from Open 1. Oh my
Look
god.
at her. She's so comfy here. But again, that's another thing too. Comfort. If they were comfortable with that setup, then what can we really do to persuade OGX away from that type of play? But I am really a personal fan of just having them, or rather, we have them on that first configuration. We had Emmy on that Viper that was divine. We had Eruma on the Sentinel that just looked unbreakable. Bye bye. And everybody else was just pretty much activated.
Yeah, I mean, Viper could be viable for them over on Fracture as well. I think
Absolutely.
we do have Agent Select ready, so we're gonna find out just how many of our predictions came true.
Well, again, today, with the way SMG was playing and the way they were constructing their team, we've seen stranger things, so at this point, there's really nothing that can surprise me. But that Sage pick did surprise me, so I could end up eating my own words as we jump into the Agent Select.
Hey. That Sage did not deserve hate, alright? Like, you weren't a
Absolutely. No.
believer at the start. But, like, by the end, you were like, you know what? They're making it work, I'm coming around.
That's true. I feel like it's because I'm also a Reyna player that Sage players are my natural enemy. I don't need your healing.
Yeah.
I don't need your res if I don't die anyway. So it's like, what are you doing on my team? I'm just saying. Like, why are you walling to stop the fight? I wanna fight. I'm a Reyna. It's just super. There's just a big
Look,
disconnect.
Literally, like, the only person I've ever heard to complain about a teammate picking Sage for them. Alright? You're like the only person I've ever heard who's like, oh my god, don't pick Sage. Look, what if you get dinged through smoke and then you can't heal yourself because there's no orb to heal off of? I
So
mean,
just
come
kill 'em.
on.
So just kill
Right.
him.
Come on, like,
Why-
what if
why
they
is that an
smoke and you're
issue?
like, am I gonna like just spray through the smoke and like hopefully, fingers crossed, get the kill? Come on. Sometimes,
Listen.
sometimes like a Sage is handy, having that little like pocket Sage, pocket safety helps take some of that insecurity away, Look, some of us appreciate that.
Radiant
What
buddy.
is-
Radiant
You literally bought that. That
No, I
doesn't
didn't buy
mean
it.
anything.
I didn't buy it. It came with the wingman, and it also came with a pocket sage. Out of all the things that it came with, it came with a pocket sage. It didn't come with my house keys though, so You know, that's something that we can't really give away.
That
I'd
we
rather
shouldn't
not get
duplicate,
doxxed.
yeah.
But the Sage pick on, I actually remember on Fracture, Sage Neon was a big thing. I thought, if I remember
Yes.
correctly, Paper Rex, Xerxia, now Talon, used to do it a lot. And it made a lot of sense. The wall would provide an extra layer of safety,
yeah.
but Harbor can do the same thing too. So, you know, why pick Sage?
Yeah, true. I remember like the days of that going on, right? And then you just straight up you hit a fast and they've got wall on one side, you've got the neon wall on the other, and then you have no clue just what is going on like from the defender side. And at that point you're like, guys, we're just gonna retake. We're just gonna
That's right.
let him plan. We're gonna back out. We're not gonna try and like 2v5, 3v5. So yeah, who knows? We could maybe see a comeback of that. I would be super happy, you know.
That's
Firstly, you know, we see the Sage, which, you know, bit of a divisive opinion on the panel. I think
Oh,
it's always a bit
absolutely.
spicy and fun. And of course the neon that we just all love to see. I mostly mean me. But you know,
I
come
like
on, Neon's
Neon.
not meta on that many maps. Whenever we get Fracture, I'm always like, please.
She's
pick the
meta
Neon.
here.
Exactly. We need neon representation. Okay, neons matter. All neons matter. All right. But now it's gonna be crunch time. We're gonna
Crunch time.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so we got our
Neon,
wish.
Neon.
Oh, Gecko.
Neon
pick
Gecko,
Fracture.
yo.
I don't know.
Oh, neon diff. I would be so happy. Oh, they locked it in. They locked it in.
Well,
Okay, initial thoughts. So you've got Sky as well as KJ on one side, right? And then you've got the Cypher versus the Gecko on the other. And then, you know, Breach, Brim, and Neon are going to be like mirror for both of them. How do we think that's
Well,
going to fare?
I feel like
Gecko Cypher
meta-wise,
versus KJ Sky.
meta-wise, I think Big Scythe is a little more sound. I feel like, again, we've seen just what's again quote-unquote correct textbook decisions on their end when it comes to that. But this is how you innovate. You know, you kind of break away from the meta norms and just go with what you feel like you can apply to your game, to your personal philosophy of the game, to how you want to play it. The Gecko, I would honestly love to be very surprised, and that's Gecko and Neon on the same team. So there's gonna be, I'm not sure how that tandem is gonna work out, honestly. But we love the designer for Neon, for Gecko, for KO. But enough of that. We've talked about Ryan. We've talked about everything. We've talked about the agents. Like any closing thoughts, Jenny?
Well, I did predict that 2-1, and I'm still kind of on the fence. I'm still not sure which way it's going to go. Really quick before we toss it into game, who's winning?
I think orangutans are gonna take this.
Holy cow. You know what? I'm going to say Big Scythe have got this one. I want to see him make that history. But guys, here to bring you through map number 3 is none other than, of course, Dax Liza. Guys, take it away.
Dax Liza, ladies and gents, back at it again for some casting here on our third map. We wanted to show our cats, but I guess not. They're not cooperating at all, you know, just
Yep.
cats.
They were so
They own
insane.
you.
They both ran away at the same time. As oh man, and just
At the same time,
at the same
Dax,
time.
if we
Exactly.
were to talk about this matchup that we currently have right now, honestly speaking, it is a go big or go home type of scenario for them. And if to say the least, I would even think that this two neons it's just gonna be a showdown between the two duelists that we have. Hopefully, seeing them pop off this time around.
I think the biggest concern really for me here for Orangutan X is they're running Emmy on the Gecko instead from their past history so far. In the Swiss stage, they've been running this composition, except I believe Emmy was on something like the Jet instead. So Orangutan X, there are a few more comforts right now compared to Bind. Some people in the chat talking about it also last time around. Arun was back on the Sentinel. Casper is over onto that Brimstone instead, back on the controller. But you mentioned it, Twirly versus Yamori is the matchup to watch out for. And the Orangutan X already looking to explode towards A, and they're running away from what Big Side wanted to do in the first place.
Wingman plant the spike. That's the key, and that's gonna be OGX, or rather, Wingman planting the spike right now for OGX. Now time to pick up the orbs, the dizzies, and everything else. And Big Now on that retake scenario, someone's watching and waiting for CT. That's gonna be Casper being detected by that pop flash, but then again, Turley quick.
Yeah, they were doubling up on that, and March will fall. Anyway, here comes the rest of Big Sight to come in from the big flank. Oriophilia with the find onto Aruma, but we're watching for Japips hiding by the box. Twirly with the takedown, Skylease with the trade, but Twirly now finding Lightning with that ghost. Emmy though, a nice perch up on top, just waiting for Big Sight to get into the kill zone, and Orangutan takes around.
I mean, you have that wingman to plant a spike for you anyway. You have that space to take on the duels instead, since no one's really fighting on the site. So Casper, on the other hand, very, very lucky that Turley was also quick on her toes to really double up on that. But then again, OGX 1-0 is going to be the score. They're going to be able to upgrade their guns as well. Let's see how Big Sight takes this, though, on the defense and in the pistol round. Because I think it is an A stack.
Yeah, they're stacking heavily, gambling there. And Orangutan, since they realized that that's a long rotation from that first round, they might actually try to play aggressive yet again. They're gonna stall for time. They're gonna wait for the push to come. But I kind of want to talk about this while we have this lull, Eliza, because Orangutan, they play this map quite a lot in their groups, a bit in the playoffs. But Big Sight, I said this a while ago about Lotus. It was one of their permabans. The other one was Fracture. We would almost never see them. We've seen it only once in Open 1 back in the Swiss stage. So Big Sight's changes and evolution really is to make that discomfort into comfort instead. Twirly March on the board. Orangutan with a gun advantage, clearing out the site.
Big Sight, though, they're more prepared on that wingman plant yet again. They were able to pick up so many kills left and right, but in the end, OGX closes off the round yet again. The advantage on the guns itself just given away, and none other than that, Twirly on the take or that initial pickoff really gave space for OGX to follow through.
It's so cute we watch the wingman POV the whole time. We just watch him
Just
waddle
walking
past
through the
two.
site.
Just excuse me, I'm not, don't mind me.
Waddling through the site.
Waddle.
And plant.
And plant. And then see ya. Orangutan though, they already have the trash available, and that's another way to make a strong entry happen. Guiding Light is there though, and Emmy's gonna go for it! Gets the jump and hands up Yamori! You're not ready for that! Dizzy's there too, looking for the blind, but it's a little too late from the sight lines. I think the ceiling itself, or just the arch, blocking the initial sight from Dizzy, and this now allows Big Sight to control the northern side of the map.
That scenario was too good to be true in the hands of OGX. Started off really strong, especially after that Trasher connecting perfectly despite the blind towards Emmy. But again, in the end, the engagements being won by Big Scythe, really huge on that one. Now they are in control of the spike as well as the rotations from the rest of OGX is coming through. But this thick smoke, it's gonna take a long time for them to do so.
Yeah, pretty thick indeed, and seems like Oriophilia expecting the flash if ever. Molly's out and about. Instead, it's Big Sight who swings off that. Rua fighting back. She's all alone, hit by the fault line. And from that point on, the defense gets the round. It could have actually worked for Orangutan with the Gecko utility, but you saw how sometimes slow it can be, how it takes a while to prime, and really just a good heads up from Big Sight to stand their ground there in the first place.
Especially being thrown across the arch here.
Yeah.
On satellite as well. It would take a time before it actually detects the players. Not only that, but also blinds them as well. But 2-1, not too bad. To be fair, Emmy has been pretty great on this initial 3 rounds we're looking at, especially using or utilizing all the capabilities of a wingman, of a Dizzy, of a mosh pit even.
Yeah, I think for Emmy, her biggest plan right now is if she has the spike, she's gonna let Wingman loose and then go back to more of a duelist mindset. Play alongside Twirly as well as Japips basically. Try and find those openings. It's still Twirly though with a lot of responsibility right now to make that kind of space. She's ready with the overdrive too. And it's OGX looking to play towards B.
Again, they have wingmen that can plant the spike here, but I'm sure that the Big Side is also quite aware about this as well. Twirly already going in onto the side here, wanted to clear towers up. Iruma is going to be on the other side to take the kill.
I love that set play from Orangutan. No matter where Sky Elise goes, she's gonna find contact. The backstab there from Aruma with the arcade control. Casper also alongside Emmy. Crossfire set, and Orangutan X just making checkpoints in this round, keeping Big Side at bay. 4v2 though, as Orphelia and Crescents try to make a play here. Fault line now, Aruma dodges it, and from that point on, there's the contact. Crescent still wins it out anyway. A chance here from Big Side, now getting snuffed out by Japips and Emmy. It's Orangutan with the executes.
Good on the double swing, and that's gonna be OGX again, closing the round that we have. We saw the entry that Turley was doing as well. She knew exactly what her objective was, and at the same time, the good positioning, like you said, the setup that OGX has set upon, you just cannot go away from it. It's either you kill them both, or you kill the person on tower without peeking through arcade at that point. But she didn't know that. Aruma was waiting patiently on the other hand. But anyway, Big Scythe, they don't have guns this time around. It's gonna be an eco for them.
Yeah, we hear the overdrive too. Feels like for Big Side, they have to be careful if they're just gonna leave a single anchor towards the site. Now, Lightning Fingers looking to find a target or two. Casper there with the takedown. Welcome to Fracture. Welcome to Hotel California even. As Big Side's here over at Drop. It's OGX with the sights.
Destroying the traps utility-wise for Aruma here, but she still managed to pick up one kill. This Molly wouldn't really damage anyone, but this puts a little delay in the hands of Big Scythe in this retake scenario that they have. Still have a turret in the hands of Skylise, but not really necessary as she dinks two already. She still tries to go for the second, but not enough for the kill. Yomori, the only person left alive in this scenario. 1v3. It's gonna be done and over with as Emmy shuts her down.
Yeah, good taps, and Orangutan X leave the round with 3 rifles to spare. The speed in which they execute onto these sites have been the biggest bane of Big Sight's lives, and especially on an eco state, right? You kind of want to go for the contest early on, but Orangutan X, they just get the drop onto those drop players. They anticipate the initial location of the defense, and they just navigate towards the site itself before the defense can get any contact.
Not only that, but the initiation coming in from too early as well, the overdrive, and immediately being that fast towards the site. You just couldn't expect anymore how deep the rotation can be, especially for OGX. But Trasher ready, it seems like it, for OGX yet again, trying to figure out where the other enemy or the enemy would lie behind. It's gonna be clear, especially towards tower. They take control already, but this is gonna be the plan being delayed.
Delays for just a little bit. The spike is there. Retrieved now by Emmy. And it seems like Big Sight, they're gonna commit in a heavy way just to force OGX back. But the real plan here are the members coming in from the T-spawn in the first place. Flash is big, and now the Orbital Strike is even better. Hands up now with the detained 2. Big Sight have trapped Orangutan X. And it's a zoo enclosure for poor Casper. They also catch out Aruma now. It's Casper all alone trying to fight, but Big Sight set up a stellar trap to catch him.
What a setup, to say the least. Emmy didn't even see the day of light before even dropping to those utilities. The Orbital Strike, the Seekers was even perfect as well, blinding the people of OGX. 4-2 right now, Big Scythe. So far, it's just 2 rounds they need to follow up on. And OGX, they have a Rolling Thunder now in the hands of Japeeps. Can be big, especially taking in the site here. And again, they've been doing stellar, especially on those rounds they need to take the site.
I'm keeping tabs really on what Aruma's setup now will be, because we know for the Cypher, tripwires can work all across the map unlike other Sentinels, and she might be the one to actually catch some of these rotations in the act. They could have actually escaped toward tower, perhaps a little bit safer, but for now we hear it. Rolling Thunder is the play, clears out tower where no one's home anyway. Orangutan will be getting this site for free, but Big Site is waiting for that in the first place.
Again, this Nano Swarm will topple down Wingman as he plants the spike, but this doesn't stop OGX from taking it anyway. an immediate tower control, very essential for the team, and it's very obvious. This Molly, though, would connect perfectly as well towards them, but this is going to be the lurk, the flank coming in. Yamori trying to take on the kill, and she managed to pull it off. 3v3 situation right now, Dax.
I'm watching for Casper, just moving towards underpass. Yamori, though, waiting for it. Contact yet again, and it's OGX. At the same time, still trying to play a stay-away game. It's Twirly instead. Close contact from Tower. What a shot into the smoke even! Or Ophelia will fall. And it's all Twirly there to keep tabs on the opposition. OGX now with a handful.
OGX so far, especially the entry that the Neon does, specifically Twirly does on the side, helps a lot, takes the space a lot in the hands of OGX. Big side, they tried to go big, especially on the rotations here, but then you just couldn't discount. Twirly knows exactly where the plant would be. It's a wall-bangable spot. Even despite the smoke being set there, you just couldn't ninja your way unless you clear it.
Okay, now we have a timeout. I kind of want to talk about something else that happened that last round.
What?
I'm not sure if I saw this right, but you saw the Molly, right? Yeah?
It bounced?
I think Aruma's head just kicked it away. You just headbutted it.
You
to
thought
move
you
out.
had the setup. Joke's on you.
Oh, the body block. Apparently, Aruma's the real goalie here, but
Yeah.
the goal for Big Sight right now on the other side here, Terror. They
And
need to
that-
try and equalize.
That, kids, is how you cancel a lineup setup. It just topple over it. You know how Recon Dart can actually
Yeah.
attach to you?
the person, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just take it away, you know?
I remember one of the first ever times I've seen someone body block with utility. I was freaking out. It was like a month into Valorant. I was just like, how did they do that? How did they jump right in front of something like the Molly?
Dax,
then
I
stop
even
it?
saw on TikTok even a one-way smoke setup and an Astra trying to smoke. So the thing is, you cannot see the feet of the Astra because
Yeah.
she's in this form, right?
She's floating.
Yeah, exactly. This game, you just have to put creativity into it, and it's just good to see.
Oh, and look at how creative now OGX are playing. They go for the plant, courtesy of Wingman. Everyone else looking for CT control, and they're gonna contest the rotation of Sky Elise. But Yamori has a different plan alongside March. It's underpass here for Big Side, so it now looks like they're the attackers here instead. A quiz of fate, but Casper with a frag. Crescents is there too to make the trade happen. Stuns looking to go for the connection. Fast light from Yamori just to keep her alive. The rolling thunder though from Crescents opens things up here for Big Sight, and it's now 2v1. Yamori though on the defuse, does Twirly know where it's planted, sprints on in for the action, but the cover is enough for Yamori to get away with it. OGX, they got the kills but couldn't get the round.
As they say, it's too late already. At that point, when Twirly was able to swing out, she was able to take the kill of the other teammate, but the one defusing the spike, specifically Yamori, just really went and pushed through with it. She knew that she was hidden anyway, and Arcade was the way from Twirly's, or rather CT side was the way for Twirly. She's hidden, and again, just relaxed composure that you know that you can defuse the spike. It's taking the win away from Big Side yet again. Yamori getting and gaining those confidence. You could definitely see how similar the playstyle is as well.
Yeah, but Twirly has been pretty much unmatched in terms of the frag potential. She's too fast, too furious, and here we go again. The power chords with the overdrive. Casper with the plant this time around, so it's interesting. They keep the wingman for the post plant in this instance. Crescent's topped up, trying to play from Arcade. Double up is there yet again. Aruma though, that's why you have still wingman. Emmy gets big intel now, knowing that there's players towards main. It's dangerous though. Japip's now with the takedown over Sky Elise. That's exactly what Orangutan needs to keep the site held.
Good takedown on Japeeps. Now they have more coverage here, more control. Trasher out for OGX though. This would connect towards March, and now it's only Amori really actively playing on the site itself. Flawless round for OGX, and I would say such a good take on this.
What an adjustment by Orangutan. They just need a few more tools to gather intel. They just need to find a way to be a bit more safe rather than peeking it themselves. And I guess that in that instance, right, you have the Thrash to help out, you had that wingman too, and they're still not afraid to go for the quick execute. That speed that Orangutan has really put such a big problem to Big Sight's defense.
Again, so far, no one's fighting in on the site itself. And they know that when they plant default, there's going to be a nano swarm probably set upon. And they just destroy that because it's over and over again. It's the same setup. And they know the wingman's just going to die off from this nano swarms. And instead, they just use it to really initialize the fights. Look at this though. Yamori going big right now, but very low in HP. Casper, on the other hand, perfectly waiting on to the ends. It seemed like they were the one attacking when they were supposed defending.
Yeah, such a lovely place and such a lovely piece from Yamori. But Casper, when she's comfy, she's stellar. And when she's stellar, she is unbeatable. The pride again of South Asia shines. And with such a big multi-kill here from Orangutan, I know it's an anti-eco anyway. This orbital strike is such a big part of their next success. If ever, if they can stall yet again, then that is just going to be their I win button later on.
I think it's going to be a push here from Big Scythe though, especially with the setup that we're looking at. Dizzy already getting the stun, or rather the blind, settling in perfectly. But look at this. Decisions from OGX. Instead of fighting it off, we go run.
Yeah, we go run, we go in, and it's March here, hearing all of that action. But look at how confident Orangutan is already.
I'm looking at the mini map, Dax, and it seems like Twirly moves like in a 2x speed every single round.
She's on fast forward. That's how I watch
Yeah.
VODs basically, and moving around now. Orangutan, so very active. They realize the Trailblazers into play. Twirly though doesn't lose at all! And the crossfire between her and Japips. Enough is enough, Orangutan X have said. This is their true power.
Confidence just reeking through the roof right now. You could definitely see that as soon as the swing comes out from the duelist. Specifically right now, Twirly, the crossfire that they have when they take on the side, because it's too fast. Big Scythe just couldn't know. They have no clue.
Hello?
Wait, hello?
What? Hello?
I
we
mean the
see-
rich. Why not?
We're rich. They're
We're
rich.
rich.
We're rich. all
We're
the
rich.
money, all the money in the world just tossed over. It's the last round anyway, but again, it's not just money Orangutan X has, it is space. And now with the Rolling Thunder, they will go become a demolition crew. Sky Elise falls first. Twirly trying to find wherever Yamori can be. A nice leap from the Trailblazer. Twirly still trying to get back into cover. And Big Sight, they have to play the post plant now, the retake, but Orangutan has tower heavily in their favor.
Tower control has been the pillar and the epitome of this take on the sites. Oriofilia, though, managed to pick up one kill, but immediately trade off by Casper, even going for a double kill here. And that's gonna be it for the first half that we have here, Dax. OGX, they're just running into the site, pressing W each and every time, and it works.
It works because one is turbo boosted in the front. You cannot deny Twirly space making here. But right now, of course, our panelists will be making some analysis to see how Orangutan is in control.
Thanks, guys. And I mean, for Orangutan, right? Our worry coming into map number 3 was Orangutan's lack of an attack plan. This time around, they've shown a great momentum in the first half. Raph, what do we think?
Oh man, basically, so it's like, oh, so we don't have set play. Okay, now let's show Raph why Orangutan is as strong as they are. And, you know, it was a great point that Dax and Eliza made, where there was just so much space that Twirly was taking, and they were really cutting off a lot of avenues for just kind of trying to get into the side first, at least on the side of Big Scythe. They really couldn't stage a proper retake. If anything, all the fights just happened on such a peculiar tempo that Big Scythe were a little confused, and I'm really happy that they're finding a lot of value with this Gecko in terms of just confirming the information and just kind of exploding off that. I feel like that's another facet in the game plan of OGX that's really been blooming, and it really shows too when Japips is on that how would I put it? The Sova. But since Sova is pretty much a moot point on this map, they show their flexibility as well. Emmy on that Gecko, I had my doubts at first, but it seems that they have pretty much solidified why they picked that and why they constructed this roster this way.
Casper, the pride of South Asia, said by none other than our very own Dax Rosales. Raf, what are your thoughts?
Wow, doxing Dax. Lovely. You guys know where to Google him. You guys know where to find him. Don't forget to follow him too. But Casper has been amazing on all fronts, whether it be frontlining or supporting. All her decisions have been incredibly sound.
All right, well, Tay, Zales, back over to you guys.
How
Hey,
could
Salas.
how could you do this to me, Jenny Lee? How could you do this to me? Jenny Lee. But of course, there's still much more to go. Big site, they need a big comeback as we're calming on down. And come on, Taylor, let's be real. This has to be big site doing exactly what Orangutan X did. They need the space just to answer back because of all the maps here we've seen so far, this is where Orangutan X looks sharpest on the executes.
Definitely right, Dathan.
Okay,
And
Eliza.
you've been calling me that since a while ago anyway. Doesn't change a thing, but we are on to a 9-3 right now. Is it gonna be the same scenario for Big Site this time? Maybe the maybe the comfort, the comfortability is on the attacker when they take the side, but you just cannot take away the momentum right now. They're going in for the engagement. Twirly, good for the trade, and again Aruma with the help.
How did Twirly survive for that bit? But anyway, here comes Orangutan X right behind Big Side, and you can feel the map. Surprisingly
running.
claustrophobic. Wingman, what are you doing? Where are you going? Over onto Underpass, but Sky Elise from the side finds the takedowns, and Big Side, a much needed win there to get the pistol.
True, very much needed win, especially if they want to set their own momentum after those after the first half that we just had a while ago. And despite again OGX trying to really pinch them down here, they were still able to answer back quickly on those trade-offs. Again, exactly what they needed. And here on the next round, if they don't lose majority of the players as well, this gives them a bigger chance.
Yeah, Big Side, they just feel very confident on the Ati Eco. Yumori just sprinting on in for the action, but look at what Aruma's doing early on. Trying to scare them off with the Cyber Cage, pretending someone's down there below. Or you feel like going for the clear jump. Hips the one with the close contact. Aruma with the find, yes. But it's still Big Side making their way towards the side. And not only that, Sky Elise, yet again, strong angles taken by the Killjoy's lurks.
I mean, they take the dink, but yet again, it's just a classic shots connecting here. Not enough damage. Surely see someone though. That flash made Yamori turn a little away, but then it's too early to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it's Whirly looking for more. Can pick up a Spectre here to have a bit of firepower. Tucks away in the corner to reload though, and instead, you have to keep an eye out on Crescent's crossfire set here by Big Side. Swirly trying to just call to action. Crescent's in March though, timed that right. Coordination clear here from Big Side.
They had a good thought here taking the site though. They wanted Emmy to look onto the site and then obviously Turley to check on A main. But Emmy didn't get the kill, and it's just gonna be a sandwich play all over again once that happens, and exactly like that. OGX, they lose the first initial 2 rounds here on the second half. The gap takes a little bit of a leap here. We're on to a 5-9 now, and it's just 4 rounds away. With Big Scythe, it's not too far off. We've seen it happen a while ago.
Yeah, it's possible. The buy round is here for OGX, but my concern is how quick these rounds have been for Big Side. Their executes looking stellar, and look at them. Since they're getting that tower control, they're able to stay away from the initial tripwire setup. Plant goes down, the smokes are gonna provide cover, and Big Side now tucking themselves away on the high ground just for the post plant.
5-man tower take. This is what we're looking at. Especially they have the Cypher, like you said, away from the trap. Swirly diffusing the spike right now. This might be a little bit of a delay because of that molly, but it's halfway there already. Wingman will die off. This creates a little bit of a panic that for the side of Big Side, they need to hop out. They need to fight. Twirly's fighting for her life as well. It's a 5v1, and Yamori still alive and kicking, but it's over and done with.
Yeah, as soon as Twirly got halfway with that defuse without getting contention, you know Big Side was absolutely in trouble. A single smoke was enough. They also got scared by that immediate tap, And you mentioned it a while ago, the wingman does die in contact, but since it was already initially Twirly defusing it, she lets it go, there's the tap again. That was when Big Side thought, oh, that might be the real defuse, and just a small little sound cue, enough to lure out the attacking side.
Good play, I would say, especially if they take control over tower like that. You just smoke it off and easily you can just penetrate the site like that. But look at this quick trade-off from Yomori and Casper. A quick smoke as well towards A main. A little delay, and now Big Scythe moving slowly.
Yeah, Big Scythe instead. They lose Yomori. It's a bit more difficult for them to play the entry. OGX, even though Twirly has been their best player so far, they're going to be content with a trade like this just because Big Scythe now have to navigate in a slower fashion when in their rotations.
Aruma has the neural theft available if much needed. Also setups coming in from the Cypher. Maybe this time around they might step on the traps here. But let's see. Starting off with a guiding light. This camera still knows that there are utilities being thrown, but no entry at all.
Yeah, but Orangutan X also keeping tabs on A, especially Sky Elise now, trying to find the timing. She's been stellar with those angles before. And Japips, I don't think she knows that there's someone on site. Instead, they hear the
30
cross
seconds left.
past the doorway towards the objective. Molly's there though. Casper trying to prevent the plant over onto the
Spike
corner.
down
Instead,
A.
Big Side desperately trying to
my
put
God.
it closer towards the holes. And look at Orangutan go. Look at what they make Big Side do. And Oreophilia in a 1v2. She needs to get these kills in fast.
10 seconds
I don't think she can even make her way towards the spike in time as OGX have already evacuated. Some smart play here from the defense to win the round.
Especially with those rotations. The rotations from the two players here towards A main. Completely killing the spike planter. And not to say the least, they didn't try planting safely anyway. And at the same time, they relied obviously on the intel, the information Sky was able to give at this point. But yet again, you don't have sands control. You don't have rope control.
Exactly. You only have that partition, right? And OGX use that range to their advantage. They're 2 round wins away to move on to the next stage here of the playoffs. And for Big Sight, they're playing the eco this time around, Taylor, just because they want to contest later on. We keep an eye out on Oreophilia. She's been stellar all throughout the series, and she's the one with the hero rifle.
Oreophilia also has the orbital strike available. They can pick up an orb here for a lockdown as well. That would help a lot for the time being to take on the site and create that space they actually need. But speaking of space, it seems like Twirly really loves taking space here for the team. They managed to destroy at least the flank setup, the turret setup here. But again, they just hyper-rotate towards the safer side.
Oh no, but there's a tripwire and Crescent eventually finds it. Surprise though, there's a second one and Japips will get a good catch onto the initial contact. Orbital strike there, even March knows she's just dead to rights. No escape whatsoever. Oppressive here from Orangutan X, but Oreophilia has something else to say. A 2K now, we hear it here. Orbital strike plus the thrash, lockdown 2 for just Big Sight's desperate attempt to make that space. Twirly though is here, and Twirly wants to play the hero, zapping down targets left and right. Hands up, the damage has been done. And with 30 HP left, Oreophilia still finds the frag anyway. Molly's there for the stall. Emmy throwing out the wingman just for the defuse, waiting for the swing, baits it out, but Oreophilia back in cover, and there's the takedown. Emmy plays it well, but yet again, Twirly's tango into the contact is enough for OGX to play off.
The Trasher didn't hit anyone, but it created enough chaos on the site itself. Even that overdrive coming in from Twirly, to be specific, the epitome of this retake, to say the least. They were just hoping that that lockdown is gonna be destroyed, but in the end, good assist from Wingman, having the spike there despite the molly. And honestly, it was like a 2v1 scenario because of the Wingman as well. You can defuse the spike while, you know, you try to fight for your life.
21-8 though from Twirly.
Come on.
We've been watching this series so far, and I honestly think Twirly's best duelist right now, from what we've seen, is this Neon. She's just so good at making that space. She's so good at running around circles against the opposition. And not only that, the audacity, right? To go into a lockdown like that, to get those 2 kills anyway, and try to break it at the very end. No fear here for Orangutan X. And there's so much trust from Orangutan that she can make that space, and that's really one of the biggest reasons why they're winning out here on the defense, just because it's still Twirly doing what she did in the first half.
Again, you gotta give it up to that confidence as well in taking in the sights here that she would actually win the duels, and her trust towards her teammates as well to take a trade-off if ever she dies off. But it seems like when Twirly enters a site here, it seems like no one really can stop her. And aside from that, it just seems like OGX as well, really utilizing the wingman quite well, really having this setup, the double any setup working out great in their favor, and adding Cypher into that has traps that where you can wallbang, which we saw exactly on the other round. It's difficult for Big Scythe.
Yeah, and we go back to Orangutan looking comfy compared to that Bind map. There were so many interesting adjustments there on Bind that you might not expect from them. Big site, they still have the fight. They still have the rifles here just because they saved in the last round. And I do wonder what the plan is. They're looking for contact early. A few picks before they choose a site, if ever.
Rolling Thunder in play for both teams here. Again, traps. They know exactly where. Can jump through, can destroy, but this gives info, to say the least, for OGX that the site is already taken away. This is going to be orb control as well. Big Scythe planting the spike right now. They also have a tower control, Dax.
Yeah, this is it for Big Scythe. They have to win this or else they're gone to the lower bracket. Aruma though towards the smoke. Sky Elise with the find on Twirly. And Sky Elise finding a second. At least now the Seekers here a lot more clear for Big Scythe. Gonna find the final few targets. 4v2 though. Casper and Aruma, what can they do? Aruma playing away from the site. Big Scythe's life to still be here, and well, shades of the past haunting Aruma now. This is a round that should go to the tap.
Again, playing for comfort here for the side of Big Scythe as well. Not only that, they creeped into the site without even anyone knowing. The Cypher cam wasn't set anyway, and this allowed them to take all the space that they want to take already without activating those traps and not getting any reaction from Orangutan as far as they can reach. Because of that, at least they are able to take control, take space towards that, and make the post plant happen. Big Scythe, 6 rounds, 6 perfect rounds is what they need, Dax.
They need to. They need to just go for a deep run. OGX, though, nothing to lose this time around. They have a lot of rounds to give there. Not only that, they're only on the pistol. So, as of right now, Big Scythe, they just want to be a bit more clear on how they're gonna play out this map. I think what I noticed the most here from Big Scythe, especially now, is they're gonna be a bit more reserved. Look to see what space they make before they commit. And as of right now, they're making the entries work towards B.
They know they had the advantage anyway, the spray down, but you can still see that they're cautious each and every time they go for a swing. It's now left to the 2 remaining players here. Both have frenzies on their hands. Twirly finds one on tower. She has to take control of that, but there's gonna be 2 players waiting for her. Japeeps, on the other hand, tries, but again, the difference when it comes to the Vandals and the frenzy, quite huge.
Absolutely, and Big Scythe, they still have a lot more to go for. This has been a very interesting map pull from them. I talked about this earlier on. Lotus Fracture used to be bans that they exclusively got rid of, and especially now in their revenge match against Orangutan, they let it pass, and it hasn't been as successful as they expected. This time, they have 3 ultimates to work here, Terror, but the guns are out, and Orangutan X knows that this can be the round that they can end it all with.
Of course, for OGX, having that first initial really strong first half, they have so much points in their pocket. They have so much rounds in their pocket to play around, even making mistakes, not a problem, but you can't be too comfortable. Japeeps, if she goes for a Rolling Thunder here, this can be deadly for the entire squad of Big Scythe.
Oh, but the stun is enough to dissuade Big Scythe from pushing. In the meantime, Just single smoke separating what could have been initial eruptive contact. Big site though. Move over to B instead. Aruma keeping tabs of what may come her way. And this is already intel here for OGX. They have the setups absolutely prepared. Camera though broken, and the cage now forces the re-rotate here from Big Side.
They just want to trigger, to say the least, for OGX's side. At least, the lesser the traps, the lesser the problem, as we call it. And we might be even seeing a re-hit towards B here. As the rotations for OGX, their expectations might be A.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Small lurk here from Crescents, but eventually it will actually be the initiation instead. Big side play with the timer to make their way across. With Crescents doesn't expect the trip bar. Almost tag on down there by Aruma. Answered back now with covering fire. 95 retake here as Orangutan play away from CT, but look, here comes Twirly.
Twirly from flank. Oh, this gives away info that she's behind. It's gonna be Oreophilia waiting for her. This is quite expected for the side of Big Scythe here. 5v4 situation. They still have a neural def if they want to use it up, but they still need to find that kill. Emmy, on the other hand, goes for the wingman diversion for her. And now with an overdrive, Yomori slides off and a round win for Big Scythe. Big win, I would say. They needed that.
Yeah, gargantuan effort from Yomori too. They realized their mistakes when they all stacked up towards tower. It's a good pivot point. It's a good place to hold for cover, but you need to come out eventually, and that's exactly what Yomori Crescents do. Not only that, the flank covered well along the way. The fact that they were able to catch out Twirly, it gave Big Sight just a single angle to hold off against.
I mean, quite loud steps, right? It's not even steps, it's running, you know? So, obviously, with the turret behind them as well, Twirly, she didn't expect that they were already waiting and preparing for that post plan, specifically for that flank as well. Rolling Thunder still in play here for Big Scythe. Dax, the score just gets closer and closer. We're just 4 rounds away. A while ago, I just said we need 6 perfect rounds.
Yeah, and they're 4 away from doing just that. Sky, at least, though, finds a takedown first and foremost. Orangutan still playing for Eco anyway. They just want to have the right arsenal to wrap it all up. I think what Orangutan wants to do here is force ultimates at the very least to be used. Casper, though. Stellar shot to begin with. Orbital strike even, and does that allow any kind of takedowns to happen? No. Instead, tower taken here by Orangutan. But Big Sight now, they're off site, and they should be pretty happy that Orangutan burns the ult instead.
Lots of utilities in play here. They still have a smoke, very thick smoke. Japeeps, on the other hand, needs to clear angles. She doesn't know. There's someone on the right side. She hops out, and Oreophilia takes advantage of that. Now it's gonna be Casper fighting for her life and March to finally shut her down. 9-12, and it seems like Big Scythe is going for that big comeback.
Yeah, it's looking pretty possible if Big Sight keeps playing this way. The adjustments of them being a bit more active around the map, they realize now just post plant isn't enough. They need to be in locations where they can contest Orangutan and still imply pressure towards the site. So this is where they cover out the main angles, they cover out underpass as much as possible, and from what we've seen so far, Big Sight just prevents themselves from being trapped to where Orangutan expects them.
As soon as they actually see a smoke coming out, even a Cypher cam, a Cypher trap, they regroup themselves. They try to internalize what we can do, what they should we do. And I also like the thought here for Big Scythe, the hyper awareness, especially for the traps of the Cypher, because I know it can be quite deadly, especially if it's if the setup is perfectly there and you step on it, an immediate shutdown without even seeing the enemies. It hurts for the team, and they know exactly that. They know their strengths as well. They have so much utilities in play right now for the taking. So this is looking good so far for Big Scythe.
I mean, Big Sight has always been a contender here in the playoffs, and they're proving it by keeping Orangutan X on their toes. We've gone to a map 3, and we go for the operator of Twirly. An interesting gamble right now here for Orangutan. She's only on the light armor. Maybe just a peek here. A big surprise. Crescents, though, expecting it, but just doesn't actually go for the fault line. Twirly finds the Amori early, and that's a big blow to the offense.
Again, having been on the attacker's side, OGX knows that the takes are quite easier defending them, and so far it's been true for both of the teams that we have. Having that operator set up as well stops them on their toes in making those dry peaks happen, those engagements. Now they gotta wait. And they gonna try to regroup. This is what they're good at, Dax. They try to regroup and internalize what's happening, who's on the site, who's on the defense, and go from there.
Yeah, but this is the worst situation for Big Sight. They're dealing with an op and they've lost their entry. They're gonna have to rely on maybe the Seeker as the Rolling Thunder. Aruma yet again. Right place, right time with the setup. Tripwire is broken. And the initial cage is there to scare off Big Sight so far. Smokes out as well. There's the tag even. Crescents has to back on away, but Big Sight's running out of time here, Terror.
Even the camera setup hasn't been displaced or not been broken right now. With this attacker lockdown that we have from the Killjoy, Trasher has been played out, but not actually connecting towards Big Sight. Rolling Thunder perfectly though. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Perfect time to duel. Perfect flash even. But then it's a 3v2.
What a chain of utility from Crescents gives Big Sight this chance. Slow and steady here for Casper though, trying to cut noise. Doesn't expect Oriophilia on side. And Oriophilia, you love to see it from her yet again. 10 to 12, Big Sight just get out of a bad situation.
I mean, the consecutive utility play, especially coming in from Big Sight here. The breach pulling through with those flashes, perfectly connecting towards the two players of OGX. Just gave them enough space and time to take on the kill quite easily without any damage, or rather, without taking a toll towards their team. We're down to 2 more perfect rounds, Dax, and we are going to overtime.
Yeah, 5 out of 7, not needing any rice here. Orangutan X, they've seen their lead dissipate in front of them. And this time around, it's Emmy who does try to play hero. This is a bit intriguing. It means Swirly will have to rely on the overdrive in the next round, if ever, because of their economy. But Big Sight now. A quick plant here towards B. Orangutan still with tower though.
They know they can take the side quite fast. No retaliation for the side of OGX since they don't have money. Emmy needs to get pickoffs here. They have the orbital strike ready. That molly will hit Japeeps. She wants to go for a tap. Try to bait out the utility play here. Emmy goes for the kill. Big Skylys though goes for the trade, and now with the orbital set in stone, it's gonna be used up from Big Sight.
Big Sight has so much to throw at the side, but Emmy still fighting on back. 1v2. Can she do it here? Absolutely not, as Oriophilia will shut it down. You saw that chain of utility though, their Terror. The aftershock into the molly, then the orbital strike too. It's just Big Sight making sure they put themselves in the right positions to survive and stall for time.
They're willing to give it all. There's nothing to lose at this point in their hands, and we all know, especially in a late kind of game scenario, when economy is just not going in your favor, it just topples down the momentum. But what is important, Dax, is that in this last round, they have full buys. They have the ult from Turley. They have a neural def. Utilities, they have the upper hand.
Yeah, they do have as much as they can work with. This is it though. Last round of regulation. Big Sight have come up in a big way. A big string of wins just to keep themselves alive. But Orangutan has seen the finish line for quite a while already. All they need to do now is cross it. Big Sight though wary now of any potential outliers here in the arsenal. They go to try and force out a bit of utility yet again. Trailblazer scouting things out, but Sky Elise playing patience perfected. Twirly's down for the count.
I guess that lurk, really, the setup for the lurk just caught, and it's done and over with. No trade-offs from Emmy there. Playing it a little bit safer side, and not other than that, OGX. Look at this. Big Scythe rotating to A. They have the traps from the Cypher here. The camera is already set. They can see this. It might be a big round for OGX if they play their cards right.
OGX looking for the stall. Big Sight needs to cross and fast though because of the timer. And Japips will get the catch onto the one hit by the tripwire. Now then, Crescent's on the high ground. It's gonna be Wingman looking to go for the scout. Or you feel it though. Into cover she goes. Aruma caught out in the open. And Crescents will be just the one to watch out for from the skyline. 2 for her. 3v2 now. Emmy tried to go for the contest. Here comes Casper, but down she falls. Emmy will die too. And Big Sight will survive to live to fight for another day. Another round and overtime we go.
The comeback is real, Dax. You see the smokes had been set up here. They heard the plant of the spike. And that became their cue to swing out and try to eliminate the player planting the spike. But yet again, you don't have that much pressure on the site itself because they have the opportunity to plant safely anyway. And instead, they really went for that engagement. They lost the engagement, unfortunately, in their hands. And now we're stuck into an overtime. Again, a good reset coming in from Big Sight here, especially that first half. It was very much one-sided, but now they're going back really quickly. They're going back quite big.
7-round streak. Big Sight is back and they refuse to put themselves in a situation where they lose yet again to Orangutan X. Quick little timeout though, and it feels like for Orangutan, all the impact they had early on just fizzled out there by the tail end of this game. Roar Twirly has been stuck in for 22 in a while. They couldn't really get much done from the Cypher setups, unfortunately. And the plan is there from Orangutan, but Big Sight, they just assessed so well what they needed to do. The adjustments that they made mid-round, especially during the post-plant, was enough to keep themselves alive.
I also think they got this certain comfortability level from the initial momentum that they had, that they also think that they can win those engagements. They do sometimes, but at the same time, if you want to play a retake scenario and a spike is already being planted, might as well wait for multiple utilities to come by and help you out in your favor. But again, it's a swap on the sides. OGX, you've seen them from the first half really going in and pressing W, but now it seems like they're a little uncomfortable with playing fast.
Yeah, they're shaking here. You can feel it affecting them, but Orangutan need to shake it off. Yet again, we watch for Twirly and what she can do. Or Ophelia going for the molly. Now Twirly's on it. She wants to get the contact early on. March though, Shorty doesn't get much. Crescents with a punish onto Twirly even. And Big Sight now expect Orangutan to try and play close. But do they expect more? Japips is there, and Japips will fall. Big Sight now coming back in a big way. And me too, trying to go for the connection. 2v3 though, and Big Sight are on Sky Elise already on defuse duty. Orangutan has been displaced, and it's enough for Crescents to stall for time with a Rolling Thunder. What a reversal of fortunes here for Big Sight. They're the ones now on series points.
This is such a big comeback coming in from Big Sight here. Again, connecting the flash from the breach here was very critical for the retake as well. Because of that, they were able to clear out the corners and even clear out the two players quite easily without even taking much of a damage here and without really a big disadvantage, especially when you're flash and the other teammate is not, right? 13-12, Dax. We've seen OGX really strong on the attack a while ago, very dominating, very confident, but this second half really shook them apart, and it's a timeout. They have to recover from it.
It's not as sharp as you expect here from Orangutan, but honestly, it's more so Big Sight expecting now what is there to come. They expect Twirly to go for that deeper dive into the backline. They expect that there's still going to be contact right behind her especially, and Big Sight have kept up the pace again and again. If you notice how that retake works from the CT side, as soon as they cleared out that initial screen, they were able to navigate towards the tower, able to navigate towards the site, and it was Big Sight instead, or rather Orangutan X, who overcommitted on their push away from the objective.
True that. I mean, you already moved away from the spike as well, and then added into that, Crescents was able to pick up the Rolling Thunder. It's just delay after delays as well coming in from Big Side here. Operator in play though in the hands of Twirly. Here on the defense. No one really to spot onto Satellite, but Oriofield is waiting patiently. They want to play for the picks, and picks is what they get here in the hands of OGX.
Yeah, Emmy finds the pixel even, and Orangutan at the very least get the initial advantage coming into this round. We've seen the setup before though from Big Sight. They want to figure out how they can crawl their way towards the sites themselves. But Big Sight, are they prepared for Orangutan to just separate the forces and go for the 1v1 holds instead? As of right now, every angle is as covered as possible. Aruma's just watching Oreophilia as well. This is Big Sight's getting picked apart one by one. If Big Sight adjusted a while ago on the defense, Theoror, Orangutan's doing the same here.
Exactly, those micro adjustments really doing a lot for the teams. Oreophilia trying to find where the camera can be, but it seems like she has been looked over and seen since a while ago anyway. Every move she takes, every step she makes.
Being watched indeed. And that's what Aruma says there. Aruma with the takedown now. March will fall. And it's Oreophilia to try and pick up the pieces. Japips unable to confirm that kill. Casper does so in her stead. And with everyone getting on the board, Orangutan proved that they can still fight.
13-13, we're going to one more overtime here, Dax. Again, the comeback that just happened with Big Side taking now the lead, and then we are finally pulling back where OGX does this micro decisions as well and adjusting really quite well on the defense, because this is actually where they're having a hard time. It's on the defense itself, and so far, again, if Big Side moves slowly like that, you have Twirly on the operator and she can find value. This can go still in the hands of OGX.
Yeah, Yamori getting away also from the Dizzy. I feel like though it's whoever adjusts their offense better that can actually win this out, because that's where the struggles lie for the teams themselves. And case in point, Orangutan here. They're playing a bit more safe instead. They're not making sure that they're not getting Twirly deep in there. They're making sure she's staying on alive for now. Only problem, Crescent's in a committed position towards the doorway. One opening. One timing is enough for Big Sight to take advantage.
Strength by numbers, is that what OGX is playing at? As 4 or rather 3 players of them trying to pick up the pace here on B main. Again, Killjoy as the sentinel for Big Scythe. You have OGX having a Cypher here. You have to also get value out of those traps right now, and with the Killjoy setups, not much we have seen from a while ago as well. Maybe they can just get again.
Orangutan though, re-engaging now after hearing that doorway open and close. Enough for them to make their way towards the site. And Wingman, you done your job, buddy. Stayed alive for the plant. Orangutan playing towards the hallways, but let's not forget Twirly still here too. Thrash is out and about. Emmy has been fed the orbs. Orangutan with a second one, and Orangutan looking convincing all across the site. This is theirs to take. A flawless way to put themselves on match points.
That Trasher was such a good diversion for the rest of the team, and Twirly just took that opportunity to swing out, taking Amori out, and not other than that, created the space for Sands to take control. And if they continue to take control like this, it can be scary for Big Scythe, because it seems like it's just micro adjustments after micro adjustments, and Big Scythe right now, they have to figure out how the setups would be yet again. I feel like every round we are looking at here in the overtime, Dax, it gets slower and slower.
Yeah, because that's the pace that they need to adjust to here. Find those picks. The fault line is there though. As Big Sight now do try and go for the crawl towards main. Many checking arcade here for Orangutan, but they realize that the contact can come from main as well. It's Twirly instead, who wants to force the issue perhaps, but Orangutan, Terror, they might anticipate this underpass push. There's also the lurk from Crescents to play towards long, to play towards main rather, towards the corner. But really, it's that exit of Big Sight to the arcade side which will make or break this offense, basically.
So many movements underground here. Twirly can surprise actually the players of Big Sight if she takes on the right timing. But honestly, Oreophilia has the better timing here. Really playing for that contact. They managed to get one kill and now they're closer than ever towards Arcade. They want to clear out tower here. Emmy gets the spot and takes the kill instead.
Sixth sense from Oreophilia. Here comes Wingman, but Emmy can't swing off that because of the molly. Casper, though, waiting patiently. Casper, yet again, looking for a second one, but Sky at least will deny her of that glory. Aftershock, though, evaded so far. Does Emmy see this coming, though? That's the question. Nanoswarm being sauced. Emmy waiting patiently to get that takedown. It's all left to Oreophilia now. She's done so before. Can she do so yet again? No, says Emmy. Denies her of that duty. It took a while, yes. It took overtime, but Orangutan X will take the victory.
The adjustments made, the momentum shifted, but in the end, Orangutan X will be the one victorious for this series. We went 2-1, we went to overtime, but in the end, you have to remember that the team of Orangutan here, they just go for a timeout, they reset themselves, they recuperate, and again, they attack. The adjustments from both teams, phenomenal. Especially for Big Scythe, you have to think about the momentum being lost in the first half here. Really one-sided and just coming back with that 6 consecutive rounds to make it to overtime. It's still big.
Yeah, they gone big there for Big Sight. Unfortunately, they'll be going to the lower bracket after an incredible effort. And I remember talking about it in between the rounds here, Terror. Whoever adjusts their offense better is the one who will take the victory. And we saw that from Orangutan in the round prior to the last one. The way that they were able to just bait out a few of these positions from Big Side. The way that they got a safer place for their Neon especially. It was enough for Orangutan to take the advantage. And coming into the defense, they were just so very stationed well for wherever Big Side was going to come from.
Not only that, if you actually figured, usually they pick out or actually throw in the wingman to plant alone. But this time, Twirly was with the wingman and really took control of that corner. And because of that, they were able to set it up quite well. And the rest is history, especially when we swapped the sides here. They were more constant and consistent when it comes to the trades. Not only that, they were more cautious when it comes to arcade and B main control. And because of it, also, Big Side just couldn't find a space to take in the site any longer. Orangutan, again, congratulations to them. But I think this time around, we have to pass it on to our panelists to close off the show and go for also to talk about what happened here on the second series. Rayrachu and Raf, please do take it away.
OGX cut it close, powering through a blackout in their house, no less, to bag their first playoffs victory. But boy, did Big give them a big run for their money. Nearly with that comeback, 5-12 into 7 rounds straight, 12-12, forcing that overtime as well. I mean, Raf, we were talking about how Big this time around played it so much more smart. I mean, there was the Cypher utility that they played around so well to the wire, traditionally the neon counter, but Big, I mean, waiting for Orangutan to overextend first before fully committing. Tell us about what Big almost did to win the series.
Spot on. And oh man, my voice is almost giving out, but you know what?
Big same.
Both these teams, they never did. They never bowed out. They refused to lose. Unfortunately, the nature of the beast is that one of them has to fall into LB. But once again, astute observation by you and of course by our casters, in that initially there was quite a bit of difficulty on the side of OGX to close out, because at times it looked like they were getting impatient, and Big Scythe, they understood this. They held their ground. They knew that Orangutan had the penchant to just kind of have more forward map control, and when Orangutan didn't get that initial info, they kind of stagnated and their defense froze up. But of course, you cannot discount the heart on that team, just the will to fight and to drag it on. I feel like what Big Scythe actually kind of stumbled on was that they were too patient in those last 2 rounds when Orangutan just kind of exercised temperance. And again, no matter what happened there, it was still a very, very good match.
Yeah, I mean, Big Scythe, they shot their shot, but at the end of the day, it just was not enough. We are in a double elimination, though, so they do still have hope to keep their tournament lives afloat. Talking a bit more about Orang Utan, Miss Mira, I think we do have the scoreboard ready to show all of you guys. I mean, Twirly was just so good at creating space on that neon, especially in, the front part of that game before the long string of rounds that Big Scythe managed to pick up, just playing like the absolute dream neon player. I'm not sure if we see a couple of fracture bands incoming versus Orangutan X in the future, but yeah, it's gonna be Aurelia with the MVP for Big, and then Casper 27 and 20 right there with the ACS of 293. How do we feel about this?
Oh man, both these players really stepped up, and once again, when the time demanded for the support player to stand up and become the front line to clean up after everybody showed itself, both of them stepped up. But Casper really showed why she is the pride of her entire region, why she carries that distinction, that honor to really wave that banner. But on the side of OGX, I feel like what they did right too was to force my voice to come out and force Crescents to use that utility early on. One thing that Taylor did mention quite a bit was the importance of that tower control, and with Crescent's utility either on cooldown or unavailable because of those initial fights that OGX love to press on, they just didn't really have a reliable way into digging deep into that position, giving them rounds that should have not been won. And again, really great showing for both these teams, but OGX, they edge it out against Big Scythe.
Yeah, I want to highlight also Twirly with the 25-17 on that neon. Like, sure, it's impressive, but it doesn't look that impressive when you consider the fact that before the whole bunch of rounds that Big Side picked up, she was something like 21-7 on the neon initially before they lost those couple of rounds. So just, don't want to hype on the neon too much, but dang, Twirly is good on that agent.
Absolutely. Everybody deserves their flowers here. Everybody really stepped up. And Twirly was the driving force to get that lead to allow OGX to get into that overtime and basically win the game, right? But once again, credits to Big Scythe. The adjustments on their end, very, very well played. But sometimes when it does come down to star power, Emmy really showed up. Sky Elise had her huge moments. And again, I can't believe we had such a great match at day one. This is only the start of our playoffs, ladies and gents.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you come out of the Swiss qualifier, you never really know how day one, day two are gonna shake out, right? Because you're coming from 68 teams to 8, and because it's Swiss, you only play 6 best-of-3 series. You have no idea how you fare versus the rest of the field, right? Because you're only playing a limited number of teams. So usually day one, day two, you kind of feel out your opponents a little bit, but just the fact that we got such a close second series of the game, I'm just absolutely stoked. I mean, this is just day number 1, guys, of the action for Open number 2.
That is true. And MVP goes to Casper. Once again, the ghost that haunts the dreams, creating nightmares for Big Scythe here. And once again, we hyped her up. Everything so well deserved, and every decision she made all throughout that map just seemed very sound. And again, it felt like she did no wrong, especially coming into that second half.
Dude, Casper played so well that even I am gonna have nightmares about her in my games tonight. I don't know about you, but yeah, I mean, it's just great that Casper's showing up in a big way. I think the largest question, right, coming into Open 2 was, are Japeeps and Casper going to be able to lead this new squad of Orangutan X? And we're saying, the OG of Japeeps and Casper. Casper, of course, traditionally just one of the most stable, if not the most stable player on the orangutan squad. It's just absolutely incredible how, despite the multiple iterations of this team, she just still always comes out on top and remains that solid rock for her squad. Absolutely incredible.
Again, Casper is again a ghost, but solid as a rock, an anchor, a true anchor for the team, no matter what role she plays. But as I mentioned earlier, Ray Richu, everybody deserves their flowers. I hope the Big Scythe players hears this because again, they evolved so well. The Big Scythe we saw from Open 1, in comparison to Big Scythe Open 2, it's almost unrecognizable. They gave the second best team a run for their money and almost convinced us that this was a time of a new contender, another potential usurper to the throne. And I am just so excited to see what might transpire in the coming days.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at what today's results mean for the rest of the tournament schedule. We're going to take a look at the brackets over on your screen right now. Tomorrow, we're going to be starting off the day with SMG versus GE Phoenix over on the mainstream. And over here on FSL_2, we've got Orangutan going up against none other than FS Sapphire, which, oh boy, is going to be another banger of a game. But of course, the four teams that didn't quite find victory today have been dropped down to the lower bracket, where they will unfortunately have to play for elimination tomorrow. It is going to be PAB going up against THK in the second matchup. Yep, there's the schedule. I believe that one will be played on our channel as well. And Kaguya over at 8 p.m. Will be on the main channel. So it's a bunch of pretty exciting matchups. I think by the end of the day, we're only going to have 6 teams left in open number 2. And I mean, Big Scythe, right? They're going up against RRQ Kaguya. That's not going to be an easy task. I just feel for them so hard because honestly, today's series could have gone either way.
That is true. That is true. And that is, once again, for the third time in the last 30 seconds, true for all those teams. None of these matches are going to be easy. And it's just, again, how the cookie crumbles. And it makes Game Changers so exciting because everybody's just getting better every single stage, every single year that passes by. Game Changers just becomes that much more competitive. And what else can we really say, you know? Are there any matchups here looking forward to in particular, Ray Richu?
Holy cow.
I mean, you can just say
there's
all of them.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. There's like you guys need to like multi-Twitch, get 2 monitors or something, like put one
I have 2
stream up on
monitors.
each, because I know, like, you know, we're gonna be talking about one matchup, and literally the other matchup that I want to be watching as audience is gonna be playing on a different stream. But I mean, there's just so many storylines, something that can be said for all 4 of the games. But guys, thank you so much for joining us for day number 1 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series 2. From watching the SMG speedrun earlier in the day to Big nearly making history in the second series, it's been an absolute ball of a first day. From Raph and I on the desk, casters Tayrar as well as Dax, we thank you guys for powering with us through all of the delays. Of course, if y'all liked what you saw tonight, don't forget to smash that follow button. And for more Game Changers APAC action, don't forget to tune in tomorrow, same time, same place.